Alright, welcome in on everyone to today's stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day, night, afternoon, wherever it is there in your neck of the woods. Thanks for stopping on by. We are going to be jumping right on into things pretty quickly this time around because, like I said in the comments, I do have a short break we'll be taking probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, as the Little Wizard's grandparents are going to be showing up, so I will be in charge of that handoff. No problems there, it'll be pretty quick. We will go ahead and, actually, before we get too far in, I do want to show off the minor factions for Mesopotamia. I really did want to play as Adad, the protector here with Babylon, but I've seen a couple other creators already playing Babylon, and Ninurta hasn't had a lot of love, so we're going to go ahead and show off the Assyrians. Let's go ahead and pop over and see the Mesopotamian minor factions, though. Kind of like we did yesterday. I think we left off with Canaan somewhere, but we're just going to go through Assyria today to kind of save time a bit. So the minor factions are not going to start with, I don't believe they have any kind of extra fancy faction abilities like your major ones, so you are at a little bit of a disadvantage there. But you're kind of trying to start your own dynasty through just kind of any means necessary. Also, welcome on in. Earl has noticed that you are the one that's commenting so far, so glad to have you in the stream. Welcome everyone else as well. Keep thanking y'all for stopping on by. So one of the minor factions you can play as is actually the Kingdom of Assyria proper. They are the minor faction, not a major one, which is kind of interesting. They want you to be kind of stabbing them in the back as Ninurta, or at least trying to overthrow the Assyrian crown. So they actually start with kind of just a squad of elite native Assyrian units. And then, actually, I think they just have a squad of elite native units, and that's pretty much it. These horse archers here actually come from Hanigalbat, so they have access to them too. And since you are playing as Assyria, you also are starting as the King of Assyria, as well as the King of the Universe, which is the head of the Mesopotamian court. So you have two court positions filled by the same faction leader, which is quite fun and gives you lots of powerful units right off the bat. Well, as soon as court is available, that is. So our next faction is going to be the Elamites. Capital being Susa. This is a very secluded start, very similar to how you are with Amun-Mes down here in the south. I guess now even the Kushites playing as Napata, but very secluded, pretty safe start. You have a couple enemies and a lot of kind of rogue armies will be coming in from the outskirts of the map, but that's about it. I don't think sea peoples. I haven't seen any sea peoples come in through this sea, but that could happen. I haven't seen it though. Elamites also start as one of the kings in charge of the one of the court positions in the Mesopotamian court, which is quite cool. And they have the Haltamti units, which are all fairly lightly armored. But one of their special things is they have the poison arrows, which don't do any kind of damage over time effect, but they do drop stamina. It's kind of a neat little, I guess, specialization that only they have. I haven't seen poison arrows really on anyone else. They've got lots of very defensive light units. And their slings, I believe, also have the heavy slingshot. They've got very specialized missiles, which that heavier slingshot does more damage, but has shorter range and reduced accuracy. So it's more of a just chucking a big old boulder at someone. Cool stuff. A lot of their units also, I think, have... No, I'm wrong there. I thought they had different immunities to different terrain types, but they are mostly about their kind of specialized missiles. You also have Lullaby, which is probably not how you pronounce that, but they are going to be with the Zagros units, which is a lot of horsemen, and lots of light kind of ambushy skirmish units or defenders to hold the line while your cavalry do the damage. There are a lot of reliance on their javelins and their cavalry here, so just keep that in mind. But again, they have a pretty nice start, kind of away from everyone else, with not too many enemies bordering them. And obviously, with kind of only 3 real borders, it's usually only a couple factions, you can nullify a couple of them pretty easily just with your diplomacy. Next, you'll have the Shubaru, which actually are going to be of the Hittite culture. You've got your Lowlands and Eastwood native units, which are going to be found pretty prevalently throughout the Hittite kingdoms. For their faction units, they're actually going to have some of the Akkadians and some of the Asser horsemen, which is quite cool. Kind of a blend of Hittite and Akkadian. Lastly, for the minor factions, we have the Sutu, which are settled Canaanites. They're kind of down here again in the south. They actually have quite a few enemies right off the bat, but they have a pretty powerful kingdom. They are going to have the Abernara native units, which are going to be all of your camel riders and lads that fight very, very well on the sand. In fact, most of them have an ability where if they are on the sand, they have a stalk, so they will be completely invisible all the time. They don't have the best archers, I don't believe, but that ability to stalk really helps them out in those sandy battles, so they'll get close before the enemy really knows they're there, and they'll lay down a nice layer of arrows. They also have the camel units, which are quite awesome, where they scare horses, as you would expect. They also have the hit and run ability on most of the actual melee-based cavalry, or camel cavalry, I guess. So they will get more speed, more charge speed, and more charge bonus at the cost of their range. And that's for all of your camel cavalry except for these pack camels, which are a kind of support unit, which is kind of cool. I think the first ones we kind of see, they have 7 uses of replenish ammo, so they can give that to an ally only, not themselves. They have to be pretty close, but they'll run on up and toss whatever ammo they can towards that unit and keep them killing. Really good for your javelins, which already have extremely high lethality. They're also not great in melee, as you can see. You want to kind of keep them backing away. They're not terrible at charging in into the rear, but you really want to keep them back and just dropping off lovely doses of extra ammo. That is our minor factions. We'll come on back over to Ninurta. Read on through his flavor text here. So, driven by unfettered ambition and perhaps overconfidence, Ninurta plots to take the Assyrian throne. His plans don't stop there. He seeks complete domination over any and all. He wants to crush neighboring Babylon and put it under heel for good, then march against Hatti and Canaan to the west, forging Assyria into the largest empire the world has ever seen. Ninurta believes himself infallible, a leader destined to lead his people into a new golden age. The truth is, he underestimates the challenges that such a grand dream entails. Indeed. We're going to start with 3 deities known to us. We'll have Ashur, which is the patron deity for the Mesopotamian court to start. We'll have Ishtar, which is the goddess of, I think, war and love? I believe she is the growth goddess here for the Mesopotamians, the main one. And then we have Ninurta, which is who Ninurta has been named after. Faction buildings will have the War Council, which is kind of a buffed up version of your military recruitment reduction building. Kind of an interesting one there. It's just going to give you a little bit more influence than normal. We've got the Palace of War, which is the best building that Ninurta has access to. And to give your generals an increased recruitment rank by a long shot. More influence, of course, which is good. More experience return for generals just kind of hanging out in that province. Less recruitment cost by a heap for generals, and then they will receive a common mount upon recruitment, which is fantastic. So all of your generals with Assyria are going to be mounted as long as you have this building and you're recruiting them from that province. You also got the Defender's Fortress, which is your walls. These walls also are going to decrease the labor cost for armies in adjacent provinces for laying siege to, which is quite cool. So it's a fortress that allows you to better prepare for sieges on enemies. Hey, Morpheus, I likely butchered your name, but welcome on in. Seems Pharaoh's a great game now after all the Dynasty updates. I agree. It's a pretty fantastic, almost proper historical Total War game now. Previously, I would have considered it a historical fiction because we didn't have aging generals or didn't have aging leaders, generals in general. And your leaders were completely immortal, so if they were felled in battle, they would just go back to convalesce and heal their wounds, be sad for a time. Our last kind of building we have that's special to Ninurta is the Arena of Trials, which gives us more recruitment slots, more recruitment rank for all units, and again, more influence. That all out of the way, let's get to it. Well, actually, one of the things we're going to do is we're playing on a campaign hard for extra bonuses for the enemies, but normal battle difficulty, so that way all of our units are going to keep their identities intact. So if we were to fight a group of Akkadian farmers versus another, it should be a complete coin toss and not that our Akkadian farmers are going to get destroyed 100% of the time. So we just want to keep it on normal for now. Once we have, if they ever add in the good old stats modifier slider that they do in Warhammer, we'll go ahead and play probably on veteran every single time, but until then, normal it is. We just have more fun that way. Alright, the other thing we're going to change for our campaign customization is the resource deposits. So one of the things I'm not the biggest fan of with Pharaoh is that your resources, or different resources, are only going to have 20,000 per settlement, and then they will receive a vastly reduced. So as you are, say, generating stone from a province, there's only going to be 20,000 stone you can actually generate, and after that, whatever stone you're generating is reduced by a set amount. I don't know the exact amount, but I know it's a pretty hefty number. So what we're going to do is set this up to high. We have maximum amounts of deposits. I don't really like it makes sense for things like bronze and gold that are going to be a little bit more rare resources, but it doesn't for things like stone, wood, food, etc. So we're going to go ahead and just keep this up on high. Everything else, though, is going to remain as is. We are also going to be playing with blood on, but after the little wizard heads on out. She's watching for now, so we're going to keep the violence to a little bit of a minimum until she is gone. Let's embrace our ambition.
I am Meneptah. No, I am the great Pharaoh Meneptah. 10 years ago, I inherited the throne in the shadow of my father. The strong bull, the protector of Egypt, the chosen of Ra and beloved of Amun, the mighty Pharaoh, Ramses the Second. Egypt has flourished throughout my reign, but now I sense the eyes of Set upon me, and dark times are coming.
I agree that there was more of a half game before, but now it's a full game. I'm just letting this play on through because they do have a different intro for Dynasties, so I'll hush up again.
What will happen to my kingdom after my soul slips into the eternal lands of the afterlife?
We shall find out. They did have, actually, I'll make sure the blood gets taken on out just for the beginning. But they did add on in the audio for these voiceovers, where the flyovers was a little bit funky to start. So I'm glad it's all fixed up. I played through a couple times to make sure it's not muted, so we're good to go, all fixed up. I love the Black Splash art. They made all the new stuff for the Assyrians and the Babylonians, and of course I think they brought over a lot of the stuff from Troy for the Aegeans, but that's entirely fine. This poor guy here.
The Tigris River is a gift from the gods. Its waters nourish a civilization as old as ours. It gave life to many cities, with Ashur among the greatest. The Assyrians are formidable. United, their military prowess matches our own. But like any empire, they face trials both internal and external. This kingdom is rife with opportunists. One such leader, Ninurta-Apal-Ekur, considers himself superior to others and is seeking Assyria's throne. He must manage his Hittite neighbors, lest they bring his downfall. Yet he is belligerent and prefers war over diplomacy. Trouble comes from within too, taking advantage of Ninurta's vulnerability. Other Assyrian factions seek to claim territory and prestige at his expense. Expansion has even reached Babylon, a long-coveted prize for this warlike empire. However, they couldn't hold the city, famous for its defiance. The Assyrian Empire is under pressure from all directions. Stretched thin to maintain its dominance and beset by a leadership crisis. This is the perfect time for Ninurta to grab the throne and lead Assyria to glory, or destroy it utterly, should he fail.
Indeed. Go ahead and turn in-game volume back down now so we can actually hear me when there's action going on the campaign, or like the battle map. So for our faction buildings, we've already gone through all of this. Our units as well, we actually have some Assyrian sappers, which are a special unit kind of only available here. I don't think any other units have the sapper trait, except for I believe there's a Babylonian specialist unit too that has them. But basically it just gives them extra damage to city gates, which is quite cool. They also usually have high lethality and good anti-shield. They also have very, very good shields themselves. We also have Asser horsemen, which are quite fast and are really good at dealing with units with rear charges, but they're very, very fragile, so I want to keep them moving, otherwise they will die quite quickly. Command is going to give us military training for each faction we are at war with, and we gain enough military training, all of our recruitment costs are lowered by 10%. If you activate the command, you will spend all of that accumulated military training and increase the rank of units in a selected army and gain an additional recruitment slot for that army as well, so it's really good for building up your troops. You can play little war games and let them train up on the march. In court, we'll have access to the assassination plot at all times, and we are going to be starting as the King of Hanigalbat, which the assassination plot belongs to that king. Anything else we have going on with... You can use collude intrigue to speed up your plots and increase their chances of success. I'm sure that's a hefty bit of gold to collude. Alright, this is our beginning. We actually start with 3 settlements in our province, but unlike your Babylonian neighbors, who actually start with a very built-up main city at tier 4, yours starts at tier 1, so you have to be building it up from scratch. Washukani does start at tier 3 because you really, really need the food. And of course, with Pharaoh, they do have these kind of strange resource bundles where off for the beginning 30 turns, you have the people support, giving you more food and recruitment slots. Inner circle support giving you even more food and some wood. And then lastly, administrative support giving you some bronze, food, and wood. So if we did not have any of these bundles up and running, we would have a huge food deficit. And I don't think we would be making much wood at all either. It's almost all of it's coming from these supports. So these bundles are kind of strange. I guess it's their way of making sure your faction doesn't collapse right off the bat. But if you didn't have those, you would already be in the negative, so I'm not sure what the overall balance is there. We will zoom in the map kind of as much as we can. Our initial starting... Ooh, that's wrong. I've never seen that before. We do have a mod available right now, active right now, that is the better camera mod, so that could be... Just a glitch in the matrix, we're good. So we actually start with a good deal of food. We're making 638. We have stone coming on in, wood, bronze, and no gold. So we do need to kind of secure a gold source fairly early on to make sure we can afford more elite units, especially coming from our court position. The only gold settlement I know of is down here with Mari. So eventually we'll come on down and throw hands there. Let's see if I can show off anything else we are going to be kind of starting with. We do begin with a logging grounds, the mustering hall, which does drop our production of resources, but we won't tear this out for a few turns just because these Asser levies and these archers have so much better lethality than your slings. Slings I really use to scout the enemy and deal damage to enemy skirmishers before they can close the gap, because they almost always will outrange archers. You'll be able to bonk them on the head a few times with rocks and convince them that fighting is not the way. And so we'll keep that on in. We have a stone quarry and the emmer fields, giving us workforce growth and food. Good stuff. As far as outposts go, we have the fort and a shrine of Ninurta, and I'm actually be receiving a call saying that the mother wizard is here, so what I'll let you all do is sit here with Ninurta. Oh, you know what, I've done something a little bit foolish. We will need to... You know, we'll fight with this as is. Ninurta actually has a ancillary you can equip right off the bat, giving him a chariot, but we'll get to that here in just a moment. So, like I said, Grandmother Wizard here is here to pick up the little one, so I'll be right on back. Thank you all for your patience. Alright, trade-off successful. Thank you all so much for waiting. Really appreciate it. Alright, so what I am going to do is we're just going to throw ourselves straight into this fight. We're a little bit handicapped because I got a little bit too excited. With the time crunch. Coordinating with my family has always been very hit or miss. With me too, though. That's how it works. Alright, to the field. Apil Sin of the Ostrich clan. He's got a couple of militia, some Akkadian hunters, which are actually pretty decent. They have, I think, 50% lethality, and 3 farmers. I'm gonna put these lads in their place. Also, I missed your comment there, Verdant Thoughts. I downloaded it and opened the same campaign, but had to enter a Zoom meeting. Hopefully I'll have time soon to enjoy. I hope you will too. This is quite a fun campaign. I have the script done for this overview. I just have to get it all kind of voiced out and edited on up. Alright. This is a beautiful looking battle map here. I think we probably want to try to draw the enemy. Depending on where they're going to deploy, they may get right up in the front. I want to draw them on the other side of this rock between here so we can kind of keep them down in the mud. Mud is extremely bad for your either medium or pretty much all of your infantry are slowed down by the mud, but medium are the most. We're going to go ahead and throw the archers out front because we do outrange this enemy squad by a heap. Ninurta's bows are very elite. We didn't take a look at his equipment, but he has extra lethality on his missiles, which is 12%. It's quite hefty for a missile shot, so 12% of the time if they hit the enemy and actually deal damage, they will have just a chance to outright kill them. Lethality is one of the best, I think one of the best changes to the game. They also have snipes, so as long as they're in cover, he's a medium armor, so I don't think they'll be able to hide over here in the shrubs, but as long as they're in cover, they won't pop on out. They also have flaming shot to deal extra morale damage. Very good stuff. Let's take a look at some of our units here.
Let's show them how weak they are.
Let's show them how weak they are. This is going to be base Ninurta's bodyguard. Good old Ninurta himself. He's got a pretty cool looking bow. I believe this one is a unique model, where these guys just have kind of the elite composite bow model. And glorious beards. I mean, this is some 10 out of 10 on beards.
Fight smart and stay focused.
Your Assyrians are going to be usually much more low to the ground in terms of troops, so you've got lots of much more lower tier units, but you have a lot of them. And so that's kind of the general strategy here with Ninurta squad. Yeah, we didn't look at any of the other units. Let's take a look at next the club guys. Usually going to be very good at breaking through armor, so armor has kind of a durability as well, where these guys are going to have pretty weak armor because obviously they're wearing shirts and or not, and just some towels wrapped around their waist. But if they had proper armor, they would have a little bit of actual durability where they get hit a few times, and they would have full armor value. But over time, that'll wear on down, and their armor will actually cover it less and less. Which guys like these mace boys don't tend to do that much they're not very lethal on their strikes, but they do weaken armor quite well. And they usually have very good defense. Got all our horsemen, which do look great. Historically accurate or not, cavalry look awesome. And these aren't cavalry, they're horsemen. Completely different. And also, since the little wizard were left so early, we don't even have to turn a blood on off. We have everything set to 100, so it's going to look exactly as it's supposed to. They also added settings for burned bodies. You can turn that off if it might be affecting your performance too much, which is pretty cool. All the extra settings. All right, then, lads, let's get our infantry. I'm a little bit sore with myself for not giving Ninurta's chariot because it also gives you extra speed. Extra speed and charge bonus by like 15%. That's a really good one to have. Let's get going. Here are our enemies. We'll find them by coming on over here. We have mostly light troops. I don't mind them running a bit. And we'll use our own horsemen as scouts too. So they've changed a little bit of visibility for any who weren't here for yesterday's stream, where forests are now going to block more of your visibility. If you're inside the forest, it'll also block some of your visibility based on where you're at inside that forest. And you can actually now hide units behind the trees as well, where previously you couldn't. You could see all the way around them. You also have the changes to height, so if you're much higher than your enemies, you can see much more of the battlefield, of course. Oh, hang on now. They're coming at us from the side. Well, we found them. Not going to change our strategy much. We'll just come to the other side of this mud. for your own campaigns, it may be scary to charge horsemen and things directly towards javelins, but if they're on their own, skirmish, enemy always has them on skirmish, so you will be able to hit them before they can even throw a single, they will start turning around and running before they can even throw a single volley. Just see if the AI now changes their attitude now that I've said that, but we'll see. Make sure our archers are basically there, and then we'll have the mace boys push through almost up to the mud. Siraku levies gonna stay back on the side. We're gonna snipe out these Akkadian hunters first, and then we're gonna turn to dealing with their lord. If we can't just deal with them with our horsemen. How much is water gonna slow our horses down? Come on, game, tell me. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. Show me what they might. Okay, it's not gonna show me. We'll pull them across the river either way. Oh, actually, I take it back. We're so fast, we'll just bring them across over here. Your horsemen also have an ability where they have a cavalry formation. It's just gonna drop. I guess they are cavalry. Darn it, game, you called me a liar. It drops their speed by 10%, and it gives them 30% more charge bonus, which is very good. You go ahead and step up and start blasting these Akkadian militia. I have no issue with dropping as many of them as possible. They're gonna send those guys up first. They're gonna die first. Get him, Ninurta. Poor guy's gonna have to walk in the mud a little bit, but he should be fine. Alright, dude, go ahead and give him a volley. Your archers now have a different versions of fire. What are you doing? Ninurta's running into melee. I'm not sure what his problem is. I'm just going to send the other archers forward then, if Ninurta's going to be so weird. You should just be able to fire from there. Either way, you've got a kind of a mixed shot now, where you can either fight, your archers will shoot either arcing blasts or just good old-fashioned direct fire, depending on how close they are and their actual line of sight. So where previously they would just kind of blast, they would only ever do the mixed shot. Now you can directly choose, where your direct shot has like a 36% more lethality, or 36%. Why aren't you firing?
Charge and attack. Shift out.
That's bizarre. I mean, I don't mind drawing them in, but it's weird that they're not shooting.
On the move.
Yeah, we'll just draw them in again. There we go. We just had to let Ninurta stop. That must be a bit of a bug we might have to comment on. But either way, you can choose between shooting directly at an enemy and taking a more arcing shot, which does less damage and is a little bit less lethal.
Cross over there.
Yeah, they're keeping their javelins kind of well away from our horsemen. Fair enough. We're going to go ahead and still try to sneak around behind them. I see your strategy. I respect it. Get Ninurta back here.
Get to there.
Other archers round. Horsemen, keep on moving. I'm just going to avoid all of these farmers, which actually do pretty good armor-piercing damage. We're going to charge directly into these javelins. We need Ninurta to keep running back. Let the archers start blasting at whoever they can. And even if we lose a few of the horsemen, we need to go after these Akkadian hunters. Alright, Ninurta, can you turn around and fire at them? Great, great stuff. You two focus on this lord. Get them. Alright, Ninurta, now you switch to firing on their lord. Now we got to slow down quite a bit, but they got annihilated by those ranged, or those bows. Horsemen are definitely being slowed down quite a bit here, but I believe in them. Oh, you know what? That was a mistake. Luckily, they're gonna run. Man, that putting them in a formation nearly killed them. Alright, let's have Ninurta fire here. UT keep blasting Apal Sin. We can watch some of the fights.
To the great below.
Oh, we actually forgot to turn off the blood on the camera. Yeah, this is something I don't like, that's fair. So we'll go ahead and put on, back over here. One of the things, blood on the camera is not for me. Everything else here, I have no problem with. And actually I can show off some of our graphic settings while we're here. So this is what we've got for blood. You got blood effects, battle markers, blood in the rivers for your battles, which looks just gruesome. Blood in the rivers for campaign. You got dismemberment, burned bodies, and then blood on the camera, which I've gone ahead and turned off. You can increase blood particle scale all the way up to 300. So if you just want an absolute mess on your battlefields, you can do that. Turn it into for all of you coronate cultists out there. And which actually kind of cool is the footprints your units will leave actually will have like bloody footprints or wet footprints depending on what they have been walking through, which I think is quite cool. Same thing with the chariot wheels. As they kind of roll around, they will roll through the blood and draw trails of blood through the battlefield, which is gruesome and very immersive and awesome. Those are our settings. Let's get back to it. Which Total War game do you think is best, Zunfrey? I appreciate the hard question. I started with Medieval 2, so I have why didn't you guys smash them? We lost a lot of dudes there. So I have quite the bias towards Medieval 2. But after a little bit of time, it has aged. So my favorite Total War game at the moment is likely just good old Warhammer 3. Do I think it's the absolute best? No, but it's my favorite right now. Because I'm always going to be biased towards Medieval 2. What do you think's the best? All of you out there, put your favorite Total War in the comments. I'm curious. These guys almost got taken out, so you can see the blood in the water. Pretty dang cool. Smash into these Akkadian militia, get you rotated, and you as well, so we can actually fire good. Actually, they've got direct shots. Not arcing. Let's go directly on these Akkadian militia. We did lose our clubmen, which probably wouldn't have happened if we had Ninurta's chariot. That's alright. Fire on April Sin. If we lose these club guys too, we're in trouble. Alright, so we'll have them go into cavalry formation and then charge that 30% extra. See a good cavalry charge here. Through the mud, so it's not going to be as pretty lackluster. Nice and slow. It did trigger that mass rout though, so our enemies are fleeing for the hills. It's full arc. Kopesh's back, they're getting annihilated. Good old friendly fire.
For the homeland! How could it end like this?
How could it end like this?
I'm not staying here!
Because like Ninurta thought, you were lesser.
No!
That poor guy's got an arrow in his shoulder. He's giving it a limp too. Ooh, not for long. That's that. Let's use our horsemen to run as many of these guys down as we can. We'll let those skirmishers leave, I guess. Militiamen, you hunt down here. Ninurta, you shoot these poor, unfortunate farmers. We'll let that speed up a little bit. To make sure our horsemen aren't getting annihilated by friendly fire. Go ahead and chase them down, Ninurta. And a little bit of a costly first battle, but nah, it was quite fun. Rome 2 has a special place in my heart, says Nathan. I agree with that one. Or Rome 1, not Rome 2. My apologies. There's a big difference there. I've enjoyed playing Shogun 2 lately. I actually need to get into Shogun 2. I've started it several times. I had a PC that just couldn't run it. For a while, it just crashed. It could run everything else, including Warhammer 3. Just Shogun, whatever reason, was to a fit. Figured it out with this PC, though, so we might have to dip into some Shogun 2 at some point. I will have to give it a try a couple times on my own. I can't look like a complete fool. As entertaining as that might be. Come on, Ninurta, you can get him. It's just a deadly game of tag. Winner takes all. Speed walking is how you're not going to catch them. There we go. Give them the bonk. With your bows. I guess they do have a blade they pull out too. And that's that. Decisive victory. Rome 1, Medieval 2, Pharaoh, and Warhammer. From a more favorite to least, Medieval 1 had the best music. Yeah, Medieval 1 and Medieval 2. I love the menu music on Medieval 2. And they've got all the silhouettes just marching off to war. It's perfect. Peak menu screen. This poor guy, he looks as surprised as you would expect. Him and his poor ostrich clan. Ooh. Oh, you normally want to keep that attached, brother.
I dedicate this victory to Ashur.
Indeed. And so we're going to go ahead and replenish because we did lose quite a few, but thanks to our cavalry, we can round up some guys and force them to fight for us.
Lessers deserve
Hey, Felipe.
less.
Or Felipe, what's the best way to get more
Nothing
ancillaries?
less
Are the
than
purple ones
perfect.
only the court regalias for each culture? Purple ones are usually unique items, so I don't think they're only available to court. but the ones that are coming from court are all going to be unique, so they're all going to be purple. The best way to gain ancillaries is to boost up
Glory to Assyria and its people.
different traits
For
that
I am
actually
their savior.
increase how much you gain. I don't believe there's any buildings that do, but there are different traits that can increase it if I can find one. Replenishment. Swordmaster. Actually, we can also take a look and see what his background's all about, which we didn't do to start. So Ninurta-Apal-Ekur is the noble war master of Hanigalbat, so he actually starts with 1 presence and 4 ardor, which we'll take a look at here in a second. We start at war only with the, I believe this is the Suhu tribe. We'll take a look at that in a second. Noble war master is predisposed to being ambitious, brave, resolute, and reckless, which does make very much a whole bunch of sense. He starts very young too, at 18. Unlike your Babylonians, which I believe he starts at 32, Adad does, so he's quite a bit older. You've got your predisposed traits being, of course, ambitious, so you'll have more experience gain for generals than just himself. Brave is the one that's going to make our swordsmen have more defense and attack as you use them more and, I think, take fewer casualties by the bodyguard unit. So as long as Ninurta's guys are not taking so much damage, he's going to be very brave, I guess, and make his sword and Capesh units better. Ransoming. I know there's one that increases your ancillaries, but it's really just the traits that allow you to increase that. There are a couple of ancillaries that also boost that up. And I think some research points as well. Also, is there a way to equip the regalia in other generals except your king? Because, for example, Shupulilioma starts with the spear and the axe, but he can't give the axe to a general. Nope, so if it is one that belongs to a court position, only the member that holds that court position can have that regalia. But a good question. I don't think we have any traits that are going to increase his ancillary. Oh, here we go. So materialistic is one of the main ones. So as long as you're interacting with non-religious outposts and ransoming captives, you'll gain a higher chance to get ancillaries, and that'll level up as you go. So 5% up to 10%, up to 20%. Pretty good stuff. For our titles, we actually start with the Quartermaster, which gives all of our missiles 15% more ammo. I'm going to go ahead and go for the final point here into our movement speed. So the 3 points that you can put your skills into are Presence, Fortitude, and Ardor, which do different things according. So I always forget the name. The Presence is going to give you more upkeep and line of sight just for the faction leader, and at each different milestone, it'll also give you an additional buff or 1 or 2. So for the first one, you get more influence for that region. Second one, you're going to gain the ability Do You Know Who You're Fighting, which threatens enemies, dropping their morale, and also increases your own morale. And then lastly, you will gain the ability to prevent rebellions in your province and further increase your morale, which is pretty dang solid. No rebellions at all is good in the late game, not so much in the early game because you want to kind of farm those guys up when you can. But when you're out conquesting, you don't necessarily want rebellions to be popping up too. Mustafa says this dude sounds like Jesse Eisenberg. Perhaps. He sounds like a extremely ambitious king. We've got so we're just going to go ahead and improve his ardor to start. I think I went through these, so we'll go through next his Fortitude, which has a little sheep. This will give you more post-battle loot for only the faction leader, and then more replenishment for all units in your army. If you hit each milestone, it is going to give you more melee defense for the whole army. The ability shields up for his bodyguard, which gives you more missile parry with your shield, but less speed and charge speed. And you can actually give that to yourself or a unit nearby. So if you have a really, really tanky shield unit, you can give them even further boost that just completely negate any kind of lethality or javelins coming your way, hopefully. I don't know if I'll have to test if shields block javelins. It's one of those things that's always been a little bit iffy. I know it blocks arrows and slings fine, but javelins are iffy. You'll also go ahead and gain a little bit of reduction to your fatigue buildup, so some good old Gatorade. Then we've got the final point giving us more recruitment slots for that province. And I believe that's it. Indeed. Still a nice little cluster of bonuses. For the final one, which is Ardor, you're going to gain mostly more movement on land and at sea, and then your faction leader is going to have ability cooldown timers dropped by 12%, or by whatever the percent of the upgrade is. Each milestone is going to give you more charge bonus. Then the ability Charge, which is going to give you the ability to give yourself or an ally more charge speed, more charge bonus, and breakthrough charges, which allows them to ignore charge defense, charge reflect, and doubles their charge bonus duration, which is just silly. Oh, my voice sounds very similar to Jesse Eisenberg. Fair enough. Exactly the same. Well, I'll take it. Never heard that one before, but I will take it. Our final point allows night battles, and will give you more speed for the whole army, which is just the best. Because for Ninurta, because we didn't go over, he has the mount, which is the going to be his regalia, which is the Marianu Royal Chariot. It gives his army more speed by 15%, or charge bonus by 10%, and then that is it. But it's only available to the King of Hanigalbat. Also makes him a nightmare, a rolling nightmare. He's got a medium chariot with a lot of range. You do lose a little bit, because when you're off the chariot, you have 219. But it's not a debuff, unless you're fighting in a settlement. We're going to go ahead and grab Quartermaster while we're here. And the last thing he starts with is some common medium armor, which gives him about 60 armor base, and 10% more melee defense for his bodyguard. I don't believe there's any shields you can actually slot in when you have a chariot, including small ones. We'll have to test that out a little bit ourselves, but shields are not available. You can switch between a bow or a spear, I believe, for your weapons when you are on a chariot. Alright, that's about all there is for Ninurta. Let's see about moving in and dealing with this next lad as well. Ipku of the Ostrich clan. We'll fight the battles first, and then we'll take a look at our ruling family, which consists of just Ninurta for now.
I will crush you.
Prepare to be crushed, fool. He's got a few more javelins on his side, some Akkadian skirmishers. 50% lethality is a little bit more than 35. So half the time those javelins hit you, your guys are just gonna fall over. They have a nice bit of bonus V large too, I believe. 11. So you'd think it's terrifying to charge your chariots into them, but as long as you're playing against the AI, they'll turn and run every time. So we will go ahead and hop on in and smack Ipku in the forehead. He's got himself a little small shield, which is going to be pretty weak against missiles, and a club. Alright, Bonk King, prepare yourself. Alright, camera. We are starting in a storm. Don't like that so much. That's going to drop their range as well. But it's going to really slow down our chariots because of all the mud. We'll go ahead and wait. And I guess we can fight in a thunderstorm later on. Dropping their morale at the very end is sounds like a really good idea. Or dropping our own morale so we lose. Let's do it. I think again, the raid's going to continue for a second. Again, we're probably going to deploy the other side of this mud here. You can also... Ninurta, do you still keep your fire arrows? Looks like not on chariots. So I think the only chariots that actually have fire arrows are going to be coming from Hanigalbat's elite court position, which we'll get to see here when court rolls around. Let's go ahead and throw you guys in here. I don't think medium armor can hide in grass. I think that's just light armor, boys. Let's see. There's no grass on our side that we can check. Hold on, I think it is just the medium armor, or light armor that is, that can hide in grass. We'll kind of stay on this side. Archers will stay up front to start, but they will definitely need to flee away from those javelins quick, because they'll fall in droves. We'll have our Siraku levies kind of hanging out. Or Sur levies, not Siraku. Back over here on this side. Getting them mixed up with Babylon, whom I desperately wanted to play. Sometime soon. Alright, we'll go ahead and get all of our infantry together. Our ranged lads with guard mode on, and then Ninurta and his horsemen. Also take a look at his royal chariots here. They look quite great. A bit boxy. Sadly, no javelins they throw. They only shoot arrows. They brought them, but they're only for show. Those are those cardboard flimsy javelins. If you can find Ninurta. Your lord is always kind of in the back corner on chariots, so you want to keep that in mind when you're rolling around. That way you know exactly. Oh, his chariot's actually extra special. And a couple shields and some bronze wheels. Sure, the suspension on this isn't just horrendous. Bumping around at max speed. Horses look amazing. Actually have some bronze scale mail. Cool. We'll definitely use these two as good of effect as we can, just kind of smacking away at all of his skirmishers. Let's get this going. I want you two in guard mode. You're not charging up like fools. Something kind of like this. You guys zoom around the outside, putting them in the mud really bogs them down. I'm gonna bring Ninurta this way. Gonna keep the outskirts of those trees.
Shift out. That way.
I see you, Javelin men.
Set forth.
You actually also have to keep them in, not only fire at will, you have to keep them out of melee mode, otherwise they will not fire their bows while rolling around. Kind of a weird little issue they have. They're sniping away at those Akkadian skirmishers. We'll kind of keep them worried about being attacked from either side. We'll run them down with the horsemen and I have to kind of see if we can get them off on their own and kind of weak. Rotate our own boys to the other side of this mud here, so the enemies are marching all the way through it. Keep moving away from their javelins. And keeping those farmers nearby, they know what's up. Keep launching those arrows. I mean, they've dropped armor by, looks like a little bit health bar is dropping too, so as long as we stay away. Tall grass does slow our chariots down a little bit, but it's not that bad. They actually also will roll little trails through the grass too, which is a cool little effect.
Spare the horses.
Others always don't spare the horses.
Victory
You
beckons.
to forward to the mud itself.
Do it.
Just keep harassing these skirmishers as much as we can. Trying to figure out where the other group of them is. Get a little bit closer. Also gotta be careful when you give them the shoot order. They'll move towards the enemy sometimes.
Set forth.
I think we have some space.
Engage combat.
Oh, look at them. They reacted quick. Nice hive mind movements.
Follow.
Alright, here's what we'll do.
Fire. Fire.
We gotta micro these guys quite a bit. We'll give them the extra charge bonus and smash these Akkadian skirmishers too. The Akkadians are gonna run. Our own archers should start firing now, and these farmers will drop very quickly. Look at the farmers trying to run.
Warriors.
Medium chariots are not the best at not getting bogged down, so we'll need to move them quickly, but farmers got annihilated in a single charge.
Room for
Glorious,
success.
keep them moving. And you guys moving too. Get into these next skirmishers.
Full assault.
Please, please.
Out.
Losing to Ninurta already would be so sad.
Go now.
And it's a possibility now. I have no shame. I will start this battle again if we lose him.
Through them.
I'm not losing my general this early on. Alright, levies come around.
On we go. Charge.
Alright, horsemen, keep their attention. Yeah, they knew what their most dangerous enemies were.
That way.
Horsemen keep hitting them.
Strike them down.
Let's bog them down with the horses for a second.
Guide us.
Oh, Ninurta, no!
Fight on.
Chariots are still a little bit janky.
Get to there. Cross over there.
Come on, lad.
There.
Get out of the
Right
fight.
there. Proceed.
Let your horsemen hold it.
Judge.
How
Strike.
unfortunate.
Win.
Well, a good showing on how weak the chariots can be.
Spare the horses.
Get our clubs in here.
Crumble before us.
Guys out of guard boats, they're charging in. As long as we don't lose Ninurta this early on,
Right.
I won't redo this battle. We deserve our kicks when we get them.
Right on. Spare the horses.
Oh, you guys are turning around. Smart. That's how you get stabbed in the back with a javelin.
Rend their flesh.
Oh, they're in guard mode. That's the problem. Keep them on out of there. Bring you guys to the side. Archer's in a not a great spot. We can bring them over to fire on these militiamen.
We
They're
ride.
gonna pursue Ninurta all the way off the side. Oh, is this him here?
We have them on the run.
Listen, I don't even want to know. Ninurta just run all the way off the side.
Make the gods
That happened with Priam our last stream too. Poor Priam getting annihilated right off the bat.
I was born for this.
Listen, I always do forget that they're not quite Warhammer generals. They can't handle as much combat.
I was born for this. Let's fly.
And by as much, I mean they really can't handle any combat at all. You guys come over here. Not early on, at least. You want to get them good and leveled up.
Fire.
What we need is called a foolish.
Tear through them.
This is medieval 2 style, more spamming. Gotta love it.
Mighty steeds.
Yeah, standing in this mud is not what we wanted, so they managed to draw us through pretty well.
Rend them.
Next time I'll make sure to be a little bit slower with deploying the Ninurta.
I'm not staying here.
Not safe here.
At the cancer.
Ninurta, come on back.
Shift out.
As long as you can fire your...
Follow warriors.
There we go. Fire your bows. Go ahead and run these guys down so they're not coming back. Alright, got them. You guys kind of pull up out of there. You can chase this group down, in fact. Alright, well done, cavalry. Let's get you into a formation and smash into these guys, because our clubs look like they're struggling a bit.
surrender!
Bodyguard units do tend to be pretty mean. Smash the deck of these farmers that should rout them fairly quickly, even in the woods. Go ahead and get those cab out just a bit. You guys run them down.
Groomed for success.
Clubs that are here go after these farmers.
With procession.
Alright, go over here with your bows. You guys fire into this general.
Archers, fire! We
Come on away with the cab, and then hit him one more good time.
This is your final moment.
Form up and smash them. We'll hold space for her to get rid of these trees. We can actually see what's happening. They kind of have the little jump mechanic that the Wood Elf horsemen do, where they charge in and give it a little hop.
At a canter. Aim and
All right, perfect. Not a most flawless of victory, but we'll take it.
no, death will not take me.
Pull the cab back for just a moment, let the archers do their work, and then we'll send them back on in.
Spare the horses.
Actually soaking the
There's no turning
different
this
shrubbery too.
around.
Pretty good little small effects there. Let these archers charge this group down, and we'll have our horsemen
We ride
on
with haste.
the general. In fact, you guys go this way. You hit them. Level up our archers first. They curb stomp him quickly. In fact, we might just let our cavalry handle it all. Ninurta, you can race them for the others. Bonk. They're gone. I guess they lasted a little bit longer, but not by much. You pull on away and let's just let that cav take it. Curse smush. I would just lay down and pretend like he got me either way. We'll take it. I mean, the javelin spam, especially in the early game, is extremely deadly, as you'll soon see, because we're going to use it ourselves. But we don't have much to work with in the early game. We've got javelins and we've got peasants. Can't afford too many of these club and Capesh guys. They're less Capeshes and they're more kind of a curved, or just of a curved blade. The name of the specific one I'm thinking of escapes me. Oof! Oh, in your head too. Skulls for the Skull Throne.
Our strength carried us to victory.
It did. Even if you got really lucky. They belong to us now.
This will be your lesson.
Will they
The
actually
cry of triumph.
I've never had them survive before.
My path is
Oh,
my
that-
own.
That's unfortunate. That's okay. They can keep this this army just fine. That'll give us more to hunt down later. We'll come on back now to Washukani, because it's the one
up.
settlement that has ourselves a Shrine of Ninurta, which gives you just one more recruit rank, so it's very good to have. We'll pull Ninurta back,
Glory to Assyria
and we
its
will go
people,
ahead and snag.
For I am their savior.
Ooh, we're gonna snag some of these Assyrian
Gather more
levies,
warriors.
one Assyrian militia, and then one levy archer.
A warrior
We
spirit
take
is a
bronze, which is
must.
a little bit unfortunate. But we do need the extra missiles. Eventually we'll start pure Akkadian hunters, but for the start, we'll try to have us at least a little bit more medium tier guys. We start here with Hanigalbat, with one research already done, being the Urban Military Initiative, which is going to be dropping your construction time for recruitment buildings and military support buildings. Pretty dang good. It gives you an early jump on farming the forests, horse trade, and the legacy of hereditary drivers, which increases your movement on land, ammunition, and reload speed for all those mounted units, which is just hilarious. You also get recruitment cost reduction faction-wide and upkeep reduction faction-wide with mounted units too, so the Assyrian mounted horsemen should get lots of upkeep reductions and other good buffs. We are going to ignore all that though, because the Mesopotamian Royal Decree tree is very good at getting through all of your god slots very quickly. So you've got one here, which is just after the first tier, and then one only a couple on in, which also goes through the Gift of the Gods, giving you more gold for mining. I think we're going to go through that immediately. If we need to deviate at all, it's probably going to be over here to longer festivals, just in case our happiness takes a little bit too much of a dip. But for now, we're going to go for Divine Servant, on down towards Preparation Against Reprisal, so we can open up those other god slots. We will not unlock our deities until turn 3, our court until, I believe, turn... We've already chosen a royal tradition. It chooses for us. We're part of Mesopotamia, which I believe is also on turn 6 that this opens up, these two here. And then turn 9 on your ancient legacy. So our ruling family with Ninurta, as I kick something over under my desk. Oh, that's the modem. That's important. Ninurta starts by himself. He's a lonesome lad with no scion. He is a young, ambitious king. We can go ahead and arrange a marriage for him right off the bat. Oh, how unfortunate. Perdita the homely. Nope. Tash Midam, the remarkable beauty. See, if we cannot find any good marriages that we can grab through diplomacy, which is nice and dark, we're gonna go on in and arrange this marriage with Tash Midam. Because 15% chance to have a child sounds good to me. Ninurta's family tree actually growing, so he's not just a solo dolo. Not with a beard like that. Alright, time to do some actual building then. So I tend to like to go for just the upgrade to the Insi's village here, Shatakani, and then also we will put in the officer school so we can get another general right off the bat. We want another general that is going to have a common mount immediately. It's goofy strong. In fact, you can pretty much just swarm the early game with generals if you have the food for it. We're not going to quite go for that, but we'll grab at least 1 or 2 kind of earlier on here. Second tier gives them even more recruit rank, so even after you've upgraded the first one, you can even just switch your generals out and get a more elite one. Pretty good stuff.
You have news?
We'll wait until that building's on in even before to do any kind of recruiting. We'll send Ninurta in to try to take down probably this army if he's still hanging around, or just do some raiding, and then we'll have that army do the recruiting for us. So we're all out of our idle workforce, which you have built up. You have to build up to do any kind of building whatsoever, not just population for your main settlements. It's for any kind of building. That workforce is used, and it goes back down to kind of 0. As your people are working, they are more happy. That will reduce in happiness as you build up more and more idle workforce. But eventually you'll get a few more recruitment slots as you've got lots of extra guys to add into the army because they're bored. You've got happiness to manage too, which when it's negative gives you all sorts of nasty debuffs. We do want to kind of start keeping this up into the more positives. We really don't want +3, +2 construction time and that hit to our workforce growth. So is the update a good improvement? Yeah, no, I would actually say that the update bumps this up. I said a 9.5 yesterday. It might be a little bit too high, but I would give this probably a 9 out of a 10 after all of the updates in terms of historical Total Wars. I think it's glorious. There are still some issues, of course. But I think all things considered, it's absolutely worth picking up now. Absolutely. So next we'll come into our diplomacy, which in Pharaoh and even over in Troy, you are going to be trading mostly just your resources, and then you've got a few of the different pacts and military alliances, defensive alliances you can go into. Confederation and even vassalization, I believe, as well, but only certain empires will allow you to vassalize them.
We must stand together.
I think. I don't see any vassalization options here, but I know it's a thing. You can offer your legitimacy up as a bartering tool, so it basically gives your legitimacy to another faction. Usually they value that quite high. You can also find marriage matches if you want to see about forging better bonds with neighbors. Problem is the Kare are starting at war with Assyria. We are going to try to overthrow them, but in a kind of sneaky way. So if you become friends with Ashur very early on, which is not hard, they start with a ton of settlements, so if you start a war with them early, they will absolutely flatten you. You want to be kind of sneaky with your takeover of Assyria. However, once the court rolls around, you can start up an assassination plot against the ruler of Assyria, and not the Great King, or the Universe King, or whatever he's called, which is much more difficult. So if you assassinate him as just the ruler of Assyria, it is just get him on out of the way, and then all of a sudden Ninurta is the heir and he slips on in. How weird how that works, because he will often try to adopt you into his dynasty because he thinks he's building up a legacy for himself. What he doesn't know is Ninurta is positioning himself to take over. So no political marriages here. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and come on back and get Ninurta, so I don't forget, married to Tash Midam. Congratulations, both of you. They're about the same age, too. Which is important if you either do want them to perish quickly. That's, of course, the older they are, the higher chance they do have of dying of old age. But you have a really good trait like this one, you would want them to stick around for as long as they can. Alright, so hopefully you two get busy. We need some ruling family. Alright, what's the last thing we're up to? Some good old diplomacy. So, like I was saying, in Pharaoh, you do want to go for kind of barter deals, but you want to go for them where you're giving them... So very early on in the game, all of the factions around you will have a huge deposit of stone that usually goes away because not very many of them actually start with stone provinces. So you can ask for a lot of stone and ask for what they want to make it work. We've got a lot of bronze early on, so we'll just go ahead and we'll offer a little bit of it just to be friends with Assur. We do start trading with them with a proper trade deal, like a long-term one, but as you can see, every single trade barter we make is going to give us 3 additional positive relations. So that's including your long-term barters. We'll have to see, I don't actually know off the top of my head, but we'll have to see if it actually stacks up each turn, so maybe you get 3 per turn that you have a longer lasting one, but each different treaty or trade deal you make gives you 3 positive standing. So you can really blast this on up to the stratosphere by making just kind of small deals left and right. I'm not going to do that for you all here because it'll be kind of annoying to listen to, but we'll just go ahead and do it a couple times with say it's best to do it with 25 to 50 because they don't tend to ask for much in return. So that's much less for only half.
Our deal is
He actually already wants me to be adopted into his dynasty, so we can already start some sneaky stuff. Never become a vassal. That is a trap. You lose all of your money and you tend to lose the campaign in a couple turns. Let's go ahead and do a few more barters, though. So 6 this time. So much better than 24 for 100. You fool. You think you're giving us a good deal. You're getting a good deal. Alright, he caught on, didn't he? He still doesn't care about stone so much. So we'll just ask for a little bit more. I don't want to give him all of my bronze, so we'll probably stop here after this one.
Thank you for this.
Thank you for this gift. And then we'll go ahead and ask to be adopted into his dynasty, and then we'll see what he's willing to give us. So how about you provide to me, good sir, 20 stone per turn? 15, no, 12 stone. Haggle stone per turn. 13 will work. Sure, we'll go ahead and become adopted into your dynasty. Now you can become their heir, which he doesn't start with one, so you can become the heir, and then take him out, which is hilarious.
A toast to our future
Sneaky
dealings.
Ninurta. Alright, so then we're going to go ahead and try to also kind of play this sneaky game with Babylon.
There can be no... your feeble attempts at communication entertain me plenty.
You better watch your mouth. You do have the gold circles in your beard, so I guess you are a little bit superior for now, but you worry. Just you wait. Or the beard's on the way. So we'll steal his. Ooh, he wants gold. I don't want to take gold. I don't want to give you any gold. So what if instead we just get a barter agreement? We already have one with him, I believe. Oh, no, we don't. We're going to go ahead and get one. He doesn't care about his stone, so we're going to go ahead and just take, I'd say, 20 of it. 4, he wants wood. I don't mind giving you a little bit. 5 for 20, sounds good to me. And this will just start building us up in our good relations. We don't have good ones right now. We used to be at war with them. We used to trespass in their lands and do all sorts of bad things to the people. Listen, it wasn't our best time, but we've learned.
The future belongs to us.
That when you want to punch people, you got to do a little bit more sneaky. A few more deals I wanted to make. So we also start with deals already with the Maida and the Huru.
We must.
You started with Carchemish. Ooh, like I said, Carchemish has a lot of it. Ooh, give me those Hittites back. Carchemish has lots of enemies off the bat. At least they gain them quite quickly. So I'm gonna keep stealing stone from everyone around us.
Let's hope that continues.
You give me 100, I will take that right off your hands. We'll do that 2 times, kind of with each of these factions here.
This has been
Drains our bronze a bit. We're still building that up. The Maida will do the same.
I'm interested to hear what you have to offer.
Indeed, we'll just do 50 with these guys though. Oh, you're stingy. What about 55? Hackle activate. There we go.
I could not.
Alright, that's 2 deals with you. And then lastly, I wanted to make sure that the Thura don't cause any problems, because these guys tend to get not confederated, but vassalized by Assyria very early on. So when some of my first campaigns, I started war with them pretty early, because they're right above you, so hey, we can come and steal their bronze. No, bad idea, because then you get into a war with Assyria very early on. What I'm going to do
Diplomacy
instead,
is such a tiring matter.
it is indeed, you're bothering me already. I'll take 50 of your stone, you'll give me,
Everything seems in
or
order.
he'll take 50 or 10 of my bronze. Again, we'll go for this one, we'll just do
Everything seems in order.
wait, 3. That's getting us up towards positive. And then we're going to do 1 barter agreement for long term. So I'm going to get 15, and then you're going to get, let's say, 5 food and 2 wood. Maybe something more like this. Either way,
Simple and fair.
when you have a long-term trade agreement with them, they're also less likely to just randomly declare war on you, unless they have a backstabber trade up here somewhere. And then they're very likely to stab you in the back. Alright, that's enough of that. Made sure he is all married up. We have the dynasty tree. We've now been adopted into Ashur's dynasty. We are the only one, and so guess what? We're the heir. At least I think so. He usually makes you the heir pretty quickly. So not yet. We will be. We see what his dynasty's doing so far. He's got lots of setbacks. He's not doing so well. We're starting to get as devout though, so faction wide. Is this just for his faction? I actually don't know if you benefit from this, but if you've already played through yourself and know if you're in his dynasty but not the faction that is leading it, do you benefit also from the ethos? Where what's cool about your dynasties is whatever the faction ruler is, since we are a different faction entirely, once we become if we become the ruler, the dynasty will switch to one of Ninurta instead. But as you do different things and your accomplishments stack up, I don't know if it'll show us his. It just says they're here. Oh, hang on now. There we go. So the different time periods will show off their deeds that they've done. So maybe they took down Babylon, they established someone else as the ruler of Babylon, and they defeated an Assyrian ruler from a rebellious area in Babylon. So they defeated someone else too. So these are going to build up your warfare, your nobility, or your perhaps statesmanship, which is over here, aspects respectively. And once you hit a certain number, you will then become that ethos will then, I guess, take over. You'll have a little bit of a positive buff, depending. So for the pious one, we get more prayer duration and more morale for our bodyguards, which is going to increase by kind of an incremental amount there. We've seen the statesmanship one. I don't remember exactly what it does, but we've seen that one as well, so we'll see if we can get any of the others going. He is not doing the best. Stand still with Babylon. Waged war on Babylon without a clear victory. Oh, for a really long time. He exaggerated his accomplishments. How do you do that? Claimed to have killed over 250,000 enemies in a single campaign. What a champion. Clap Master. Unfulfilled ambitions. Installed annual military campaigns, most of which had marginal goals and results. Alright, so it really keeps track of what you're up to. Cool. I believe that's about all for this turn. We're going to go ahead and put in a bunch of outposts, mostly to Ninurta. So here, Shardakani, let's get that one. I want to spread them out a little bit so that way those buffs aren't all in the same spot. We'll go ahead and put one right here that's economic, and the other one is going to be Ninurta. Business here at Washukani, we definitely also need the economic one for helping us out with our food. We can also go for the monument giving us more legitimacy. Our influence is very solid here. Gains morale for a few turns, not the most important. We'll come back to that. We'll grab a resource outpost here. And the religious one here. It puts these two kind of close together, so maybe we'll switch that. Cancel both of these. That way, well, this one can be the religious one, and this one can be the economic. That way, those buffs are kind of spread out. Sweet business. Way stations are pretty good, too, because it gives you more movement. Where can we put one of those? Not in any really good spots, unfortunately. We can stick one on right here, but I think this is a good spot for a fort. I'm going to build right now. Wait, enemy coming through here has to pass by. The Kare are starting at war with not Mesopotamia, but Assyria. So you can come on in and snake in and join that war, which is one of our plans. We're going to be kind of sneaky and opportunistic here with Ninurta. We've gotten all the building and everything
I
done
do
that we
this for
can here.
Assyria.
We'll give him his skill points, which now that we've got to this first tier here of this level, I'm going to go ahead and go for the presence to give us an drop to his upkeep. Then eventually give us this nice little overseer militia, which gives you experience per turn and 3 extra recruit rank. Pretty decent. I like the dynasty tree, but Crusader Kings 3 style. Yeah, no, the dynasty tree is a fantastic change. Let's finally go ahead and end our first turn here. Oh, look at you. Where are you going? What is your plan, sir? This is something I've never seen before. Interesting. Well, we'll just go ahead and have... Oh, Ninurta can't reach them. What's your plan? You're gonna go after my fort here? What on earth? Okay, well, let's go ahead and get ourselves another general. One that drops upkeep as much as possible. Oh, he loves family. I don't know if I care about that. Cultured, cowardly, underhanded. He's a magician's apprentice. Would love to have some metal magic here. He's also got lots of magicians here in Hanigalbat. Guess we'll go ahead and grab Zabaya, the family lover. He's the youngest.
I have carried the
Those are
burden
pretty
of my
decent trades
duty
too.
for a
He
long
starts
time.
at tier 4 and he gets him to, oh, he didn't get a good chariot. He got a common chariot. I've seen several times where they get the, it's like a rolling death or rolling thunder, which is an insanely good chariot. We'll take this one. So are you going to be a skirmish chariot? We'll give you some medium armor so you're at least a little bit more chunky. Does that slow you down any? No. We'll take it. Alright, so you start with 3 extra skill points. I think I'm going to put that all into his presence. Or at least 3 of it into his presence, and then we can probably start going over here into how far he can move to. Extra post battle loot is only for your faction leader.
What next?
Well, next,
Nothing
unfortunately, our
passes me
enemies have
by.
decided that they're gonna raid in our lands like clowns, which is truthfully something I've never seen. I've never seen this play before. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna come on and do some raiding ourselves. I'm
Expedite
happy to
warriors,
take on both of
expedite.
these armies. We'll set up about here. We'll just drop into the raiding stance, giving us some more experience for our general. A good bit of food, stone, and wood. Gonna make them unhappy, to drop their workforce growth by a lot, and give us some diplomatic penalties.
Do as
I
you
think that's
please.
fine. I mean, they're gonna just
Always
ride
ready.
around and take down a bunch of my my outposts. Is what the plan is. Looks like. So
I take care
Zabaya.
of problems.
Well, you know what? We will make you our Kevin for this campaign. Does it fit? No. But if you're here for any of my Warhammer ones, we always have a Kevin, and so here he is. Rolling Death Kevin. Alright, start getting a whole bunch of cheap and cheerful. Acadian Hunters
Replenish the
and one
regiments.
Acadian Farmer. That way we have some guys to hold the line while those javelins are chucking their javelins. Otherwise, enemies close the gap and you don't get to throw all your spears. Which is a sad day for everyone. Alright, next over here in our main province, we're going to try to fix up our... Well, can we not fix up our food? Well, that's spooky, isn't it? Dwelling of Ninurta. Let's go ahead and check the actual building browser so it's all in one spot. Probably just more growth is the way, isn't it? We could snag our militia barracks on the other side here and kind of switch them. That way we're not having this hit to our production. Since we're not grabbing those archers just yet, that would probably be a decent idea. It also is helping out with our influence. We could switch this one out for the native muster field. Where is it on at? Here. So we get some of our native units too. He looks like a Kevin to me. Thanks, Nathan. I thought so too. This first province here is not much in terms of production, is it? Yeah, so let's go ahead and we'll pop in. Although, can we get the War Council for a huge drop to our construction cost of military buildings? So we can kind of do both. little bit funky. I don't like demolishing this. But I'm gonna try something a little bit different. We're gonna go for more of a swarmy approach. All right, then we're gonna go ahead and throw in the more stockpiles here. We're gonna make Dur Katlimu a very military-focused province until we get these others in here. I won't lie, it's a little bit of a weird one. Alright, so you're ready, you're building up some troops. Let's see about doing any kind of more deals. You still don't care about stones, so I'll go ahead and... Love to hear it, Asher. You want to go golfing later? Drops down to 0. We'll see about giving him a little bit more bronze instead, because I don't... Oh, he doesn't care about bronze. I just don't want to give you anything else. So what about maybe some... Yeah, I'm not giving you any gold. See you later, Asher. We'll deal with this first enemy, and then we'll probably circle back around to making more deals with you. Let's see you now, Ostrich Clan. Frame rate. It doesn't like speeding it up here in the mid to late game. I might have a few settings a little bit too high, but we had not changing them. What is your plan?
Everyone prospers. Assyria,
I mean, I'm here for all the aggression, but kind of strange. So now we've got our deity screen unlocked now, so we can kind of take a look at who we are worshiping, as well as all the gods that are currently available to us and otherwise. So if you've not seen the Mesopotamian gods, we have Ninurta to start. He's going to be, with his shrines, giving us a boost to recruitment rank and influence, as we've already seen. Prayers are going to increase charge bonus and reload speed, which is incredibly useful, especially for our javelins. Our devoted general is going to have more speed by 24% for his whole army, which is going to be, just imagine that with the horsemen, and then 34% more battle loot. You'll have the fastest horses ever, and you'll be looting everything. You're just a bunch of murderous raccoons. For your dwellings, you'll have ammunition and recruitment plus 10%, and 6 more influence, which is a kind of a tier 1 building you can build up with all of your Mesopotamian deities we've already seen. The dwelling is in... No, not you, Kevin. In your religion spot, you've got your temples, of course, and then you've got your dwellings, which give you a little bit less favor, but it's a tier 1 building you can build absolutely anywhere, and it has a small little buff too, so pretty nice. Pretty nice. We're going to go ahead and immediately take you up to tier 3. I am to believe. We are still dropping in happiness quite aggressively, aren't we?
Not convenient.
Not convenient. You know what is? Smacking this guy.
Engage the enemy.
3 versus 4. Oh, you... Vaana. You should not have been trespassing in my lands. Yeah. Everyone's got an Achilles. Yours just was on the back of your neck.
We won a fair victory.
Oh, a fair one. I agree. We'll go ahead and ransom them. Useless as they are.
Return to your homes.
Well done, Kevin.
Everybody has their duty.
Did they survive? I guess we did ransom them, didn't we? Alright, let's come on over here to the bridge.
Explore the region.
Can't see as far as I would like.
Praise Assyria.
Raise Assyria.
That is our goal.
Alright, so Sangaratu has no defenses. There's only 6 guys here. They've got some archers, though. 150 range. Is that just
All
equal?
answer to me.
We've got 10 more range on these guys, and Ninurta has his super range and his chariots.
No trouble.
It's time.
Marching time, soldiers.
I agree.
March in column.
Kevin and Ninurta versus
Submit to me.
the Suhu clan. Yes, we would absolutely eviscerate them. Let's go show them. I like fighting a lot of my early battles. For any who haven't stopped by my streams or my campaigns, I live for the battles in Total War. So you will not see me auto-resolving very, very often in the early games, unless it's just an absolute curb stomp. Alright, so foggy weather. Let's make it a little bit more spicy. No, it's not more spicy. It's still dry. One more time. There we go. There's the spice. Raining in a storm. Look at this settlement. See if my computer can handle it.
Soon we'll be swimming in it.
It's going to be quite the damp battle. Both blood and the tears of the gods. Oh, this is such a cool looking settlement. Sweet. And they did, I think, also make a lot of the maps quite a bit bigger. Or at least not quite a bit bigger, they are at least a little bit bigger, so it provides a little bit more tactical advancement for us. So it looks like most of the ways on in that are larger are surrounded by mud, where the smaller ways in are they're pretty clear. So let's go ahead and try to attack from one spot, focus our forces, which will in turn focus theirs. And then we can kind of spread out as the situation demands. Levies, chariots, horsemen. In fact, we can put the horsemen over here to make them worried about it. Not that that's where they're going to attack from. Same thing with Ninurta. We'll do the old Slanesh maneuver. Or at least how I handle sieges in Slanesh. We'll put them in guard mode. It's too dangerous to be otherwise, because the AI knows quite a bit about the new changes to the visibility. They're very good at hiding just outside of where you can see.
Embrace your fury.
Which causes your archers to stand around and do nothing. How amazing. Let's stand up so we can start blasting those Akkadian farmers. They have no defense from our arrows. If they put Akkadian farmers up front to block any of your paths, that is free kills. I'm going to walk them forward to deal with that. I guess by walk, I mean we're going to run. It's raining. You guys shouldn't be running. Yeah. Meanwhile, the secondary troop bring these guys up to about here. Javelin men. They're already going to be tired, so I'm not worried about pushing them. And we can take a look at our Akkadian farmers and such. Don't mind putting it on slow-mo for a moment. The water's going to have a little bit... Oh, that's going to cause some problems. The water's supposed to be interactive with how your units are moving across it. You can kind of see there. Got our Akkadian farmers, similar to what we've been fighting, and then the javelin men. Those are some pretty scary, nasty-looking leaf, broad-tip javelins. Which actually, how much lethality do our javelins have here? Yoink. Science. 35%. Excuse me. Small cat decided to throw hands with my modem. You better stop that. Back into normal. So they have brought some of their archers over. Let's see if they want to duel. So those Akkadian farmers took a serious chunk of damage.
These puddles will be red soon enough.
These puddles will be red soon enough. We'll walk these guys up, and if they want to come towards us, we can tear them to pieces. Ninurta? I don't like that we can't see anyone behind here now, but we could earlier. I guess this canal was nice and flat. We can't see the... I think if they fell back inside the settlement. That does make sense. Well, let's go ahead and advance. The visibility changes make attacking settlements much spookier.
Always a blessing.
Let's see if we can see what's going on over here. Alright, there's another group of their archers, which Ninurta should be able to start firing on. Can you give them the arrows, Ninurta? Let's put you on arc shot. That way you guys know what to do. Now, there they go. They were a little bit confused for a second. Those Akkadian archers should take off pretty soon. Right, so let's start slow advancing our units. Figure out where they're hiding their archers.
Time to move. Arrows of the east.
Figure out where they're hiding them. There they are. Give them the blast. Fire into our clubs a bit. We can shoot them right on back. And then bringing those archers outside the walls. So let's go ahead and send our javelins to deal with them. Burn for me, because it looks like they're going to try to be rude to that group. Their blood's already flowing out of the river, though, into the canal. Poor fools. We're going to lose some of our club guys, but that's no problem. You guys go ahead and hold. Annihilate this. Are they all on the same side? Come on inside and see if there's anyone in there. Run them down, Ninurta. Actually, don't run them down, Ninurta. Get them, javelins. There's almost got taken out by his own javelin. That would have been a nightmare. Alright, clubs, you come on back in.
Precision.
Looks like there's another general coming up to the fray. Love to see it.
The gods
Go
guide
surround on
us.
this side with you two. Beautiful, beautiful. Javelins keep chasing this guy down.
Nothing can stop us.
Ninurta, are you firing on this group? Well, that's not Ninurta. That's the wrong guy. Coming off across that mud, kind of strange, almost single file line. And everyone hold back. Let the marksman deal them.
The gods guide us. Victory beckons.
Javelin's putting a stop to these guys' reign. Clubs, go ahead and turn. When charge into Silidad here, he's a silly boy. That'll be dead.
I'm not
Deal with these Akkadian militia.
We won't peace.
Make sure our horsemen aren't getting taken out as they come on in. You guys go after these archers in the center. They're really spread out. Alright, javelins, well done. You guys can come over on and see if you can chuck some at Silidad. Ninurta, you roll on through.
Take them on. Missile weapons.
Make the gods.
Good old cav charge. The smash. Oh, there's the victory. You guys ran away before it was over. Let's let the cav run these guys down, and we'll let Ninurta chase them, and you go after Z's group. We'll let our archers turn around and stop.
On we go.
Calm down. The missile boys need to do some work now.
Step. Time to move.
Bring those Akkadian hunters out of there. And their formation, and they can get extra charge bonus too. See how fast they get rid of this unit of 100 Akkadian militia. I'm pretty dang fast. This is our swamp. Well done, lads. That chariots here too now. They have a little bit of a harder time rounding up farmers. Go get this lord. Whichever the bigger units of enemies are. Well, they all spread out kind of weird. Definitely looks like it. There's a couple of them over here. That makes sense. This unit's done. We'll go ahead into the battle there. Decisive victory indeed. We lost 1 with Kevin's squad and 108 for Ninurta. Just the club that had to hold the front line for a moment. You know what Moloch wants. He wants it now. Give it. That doesn't sound good. Big Kev is the MVP.
Pride of Assyria, warriors.
He had a few more kills than Ninurta. He's probably shooting at a little bit less armored guys too. 5 more Mesopotamian legitimacy, 500 experience. Try not to cough here. Thanks, Grandfather Nurgle. Alright. Good loot, Sen got it, but we would lose some of our idle workforce, so no thanks.
Take the city. Harm no one.
Harm no
So
one.
few are like me.
So few are like me. At least we're not
I
arrogant.
have carried the burden of my duty for
What
a
we'll also
long
try to do
time.
is spread our 2 guys apart here. That way they can actually do some recruitment separate.
Take that pathway.
So here at... Oh, actually, never mind. This is all one province. I'm
Sounds
a fool.
important.
We'll go ahead and upgrade the NC's estate, though. We can also afford the Royal Officer School. Well, Big Cav, you might be getting traded out already. Now we don't get any more food production here. This is a pretty scarce production. Pretty scarce production in a province. Alright, well, Ninurta, you need more troops.
Assyria and its people. For
Let's
I am
use
their
Akkadian
savior.
hunters and
Our
2
army
sets of
must grow.
javelins. Wait, that's the wrong side. 2
Strength,
hunters, 1 farmer.
Honor, discipline.
We do need some chaff. That is just a necessity. I'm thinking we do want the Stone Carvers District for that construction time reduction. Allow us to build stuff even faster. Although good old Royal Officer School giving us even more XP per turn for generals, just while we're in this province, is such a good ability. Let's go for the stone first, though. We're going to be beating the resources out of our neighbors for the time being. Our next conquest is either going to be Taraka, which is going to give us even more stone, and down to the Mari, which is going to be giving us some gold. The ancient legacy we are going to be using is Sargon of Akkad, or Sargon the Great. Sargon the Great, not of Akkad. Sargon the Great, which is going to be using a lot of gold for giving us extra ambitions, which are kind of like your missions in Total War Warhammer. And so you complete extra missions, and you get archetypes based on what those mission types are. So we'll get to see that here very soon. A self bow. What is a self bow?
Always ready.
That doesn't sound like something we want. Oh, just kidding. 15% more range. And then grant shoot while moving. Though made from a single piece of wood, this bow has been impressive range and is short enough to be fired while its wielder's mount is in motion. Oh, so maybe some horse archers don't have shoot while moving, because that Parthian shot's difficult. Sure, give them a self bow. And then probably just more movement.
I
Alright,
serve a great cause.
As terms of extra buildings, we just need the outposts up here in Sangaret, so let's throw in the economic one here, and then I'm actually going to probably not go for Ninurta. We don't have the stone anyway. Let's see if anyone wants to trade stone for
You do not deserve
gold.
decorum or respect, Ninurta. Only scorn.
What is your problem? Sassy Adad. He wants gold too. You know what, I'll give you 8
Do
gold
not
this time, because
dare.
we're going to be beating it out of the Mari pretty soon. So one more time, depending on how much you want to...
I favor the...
Yeah, I bet you do. More gold for your beard. Okay, we've got 3 pending actions, and it's not going to let us stop. What are our unresolved notifications? Expired barters with the Mida. Oh, that's what happened to our bronze. Makes sense. We'll go ahead and renew that one.
Perhaps this is the start of a new friendship.
They want a one-time offer of stone, wood, and food. Okay, then.
I think this exchange is a success.
Glad you do. Glad you do. See, I don't. And we're going to be putting that one down in the Great Book of Grudges for later on. Our commandment for Hanigalbat, and actually, Assyria has their own special commandment, which is the Might of Assyria. Gives you more recruit rank for all chariots and cavalry, gives all of your Assyrian units more XP per turn, more influence, but drops food production. What we are going to go for instead is our Let the Laborers Rest, which increases our workforce growth by 10, but drops our food production by also a 10%, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we will take a 10% drop, which will be not that bad for all the extra growth.
Not convenient.
Plus, we can go ahead and keep upgrading Ninurta's presence here, keeping him from having as much upkeep. I do think we want to switch over to the Overseer of the Militia, though. Extra missiles are nice, but experience and just recruitment ranks off the bat means we are stronger faster than our rivals, which is incredibly important. Because we're going to be having a lot of the same armies as our enemies, at least for the start here. All these minor factions are going to be mostly rolling with the kind of same native units we will. So it'll be good for us to keep in mind.
Nothing
Move.
less than perfect.
Nothing less than perfect. Royal decree is now in effect. I bear the wisdom of the gods themselves, and it is my duty to share this sacred light with the people. Thank goodness, Ninurta.
Looks clear.
Looks clear. It does look clear over here in Turka. I think they want to lose their things. How lovely. So our resources are about to have probably a little bit of a deficit, so let's go ahead. Oh, really? We get a cedar warehouse. Happiness +1. Construction cost for wood by a lot, and then more wood for ports. That's a pretty good building there. I kinda just want the city guard station, though. I don't think this helps out with happiness until the next year, which will be much later on. Do any of these help out with happiness? The Shrine of Ninurta, the Temple of Ninurta kinda does. As soon as we get Ishtar, we should have no trouble. Oh, hang on, now we can just get chariots. Asser chariots. They've got very low range. Especially for a medium chariot, that's pretty bad. We're gonna go ahead and not do that. I guess that's how we get probably our cavalry too, though, huh? Yes, indeed. I mean, we need to make sure we have good infantry before we start worrying about cavalry, so let's make sure, let's go ahead and pop in the... Ugh, I want to go for the barracks, but I also don't. So we're gonna go ahead and upgrade Sangaret here, that way it has better food production. And then we're gonna get ready to
I
send
do this for Assyria.
Ninurta after these guys. So what's your strength rate?
Cooperation, or do you
Very weak. So likely they have a squad of hunters out running around somewhere, but we can probably run over Blitz Turka before they can really even do anything about it.
Care of problems.
We don't have that extra buff to our
Resist
charge
me
bonus
and
and
you will
reload, but hasn't mattered so far.
Nothing passes me by.
Alright, Ninurta. A little bit more in terms of your upkeep production. We can continue our brutal march.
Protector of
Let's go ahead and
Assyria.
attack these guys. Not from around the...
Perhaps we should spar someday, Ninurta. Might against might.
You want to spar? We could probably do that. What if I ask for all of your gold, or your stone that is, and then come fight you? Yeah, go ahead and use that bronze.
Thanks for...
Indeed.
Everybody has
Also
their
probably come in here and snake the Kare. Couple of fun ideas there. I think all I'm really going to try to take from them is Supru, which is over here. Let's go hit Turka, come on down to Mari, and then come back to Supru if Assyria hasn't already dealt with them.
Everybody has their duty.
Everybody has their duty. In fact, we can probably separate Kevin and
Assume regular duty.
Ninurta now.
Are those waves?
Those waves. Who you guys at war
What
with?
brings you back,
Sutu
Assyria?
tribe, which we have not yet discovered.
The stars. What?
I think your stone belongs to me now, sir. Let's see if there's anyone actually defending this. Oh, not yet.
I stir the
Mine.
great cause.
Sorry, Peterson.
You will soon regret.
No, you said you wanted to spar. This is your fault.
Traitors. Death to you.
Traitors. Death to you. Arsuka. What a cool name. Time to die. Your chariots and your horsemen obviously do suffer quite a bit inside of settlements. As we pretty much saw that last one. They get split up kind of weird. We'll go ahead and deploy now, so dry weather makes the fight a little bit easier for us. Probably move up into these trees here and fire up and over, which is a lot of cover for us. Let's go ahead and grab our mace boys. Really, but there's no reason for them to be moving up through the mud together, so we'll have them kind of together in single file line.
For the homeland.
Let's do these lads on the side. Who actually has better shields?
Can do it.
I think they're the exact same.
Clubs.
Yeah, it's just a small little 30% shield. Archers behind. We'll get them moving up into the woods there. Ninurta on this side. Javelins are so useful at breaking that front group of enemies, so we'll set them up if they have any shield boys. And our farmers take hits for everyone else. It's a hard knock job, but someone's got to do it. Grab our infantry. Only put the clubmen in guard mode. Archers and javelins as our missile lads. Excuse me. You're in group 3. You get no choice. Or group 2, that is. Numbers are hard. It's for the would-be king of Assyria. Let's do this. Oh, they're just gonna come on out and fight. I guess they know they're done. Alright, well that makes it a little bit more aggressive, doesn't it? Archers focus these guys. Make sure our horsemen are getting run out on from anyone outside there. Move this group this way. Just make sure we're not getting shot at too much. Well, go straight down the middle. Our archers should start annihilating these Akkadian bowmen. There's the second group.
Slay them! Rend their flesh! Charge and attack!
Javelins, get ready for these upcoming militiamen. Farmers go on the other side.
Step by step.
Ooh, took a lot of damage for that initial. Archers, what are you guys doing?
Bless our bones!
Shoot these guys.
Fight on!
Get you off of guard mode for now, 'cause it's causing issues. They tried to brace for Ninurta. Chariots have arrived.
No!
Horse bites for all.
Will not take me! Primed for
Alright, archers, go ahead and move up to these trees so we can kind of keep an eye.
I was born for this!
You give these guys the old chop. Ninurta's not enjoying his combat with these archers that much. He can push through. Yeah, chariots be like that. Go ahead and fall back then. Let these Kafeshes come on in. Javelins, which we'll get to watch the devastating effect that those guys have. Especially when they're forced to turn around here in a second. Actually, they're outpacing my clubs pretty well.
Give it your best throw!
You guys go here. You guys fall back just for a moment. No reason to get caught. And they're outpacing my clubs really well. That's funny. Go help out there, farmers. Otherwise, these guys are going to get caught themselves. Kafesh boys annihilated. Who's left in here? Just their general somewhere? There we go. Stop throwing those javelins. It's going to be lots of friendly fire otherwise.
Time to move!
There's some more farmers. Fall back.
We march!
Archers, go ahead and fall forward if you can for me.
We march! On the
Get
move!
back this way. Ninurta,
By my command!
start blasting. Their archers are back and ready to fight, which is unfortunate for our guys.
Step by step.
Militia caught between a rock and a hard place.
Rain spears on them!
We won't miss!
Alright, archers, you guys need to come on around now.
We will not
They've got some guys left in there.
Let's fly!
Strike them down!
And they Canadian farmers do a lot of damage on their initial charge. Which does make sense. They've got some nasty armor piercing. Javelins. As long as they're accurate with their javelins, they should get lots of kills here. There are some trees in the way. They got a little bit of a slightly angled. Those guys got destroyed. Alright, fair enough. You guys hold the line there then.
Stay solid and hold. Strength
We'll roll chariots round. I haven't been using my horsemen at all, which is my own fault. Enjoy watching the battles. Oh, he's trying to push through. Interesting strategy. Yeah, I mean, we lost more men than we definitely needed to, but we'll take it. Hey, random name, welcome on in. Feel liking Assyria or Priam's roster better so far? Oh, they're just incredibly different. Priam's roster is obviously much more tanky, much heavier, but they're much slower too. They're just different. I like them both. We also have a whole bunch of landmark units over there with Priam that I don't think we have as many here with Assyria. There might be a few, but there's not as many. Ooh. And skulls for the skull throne. Give him a chuckle too. He does look quite funny missing.
You are the pride
rolled
of
upside
Assyria,
down.
warriors.
Alright, well the opposing Kevin has now been slain. We can loot and occupy this for a good deal of replenishment. I think we will this time.
Warriors, you have free reign.
Warriors, you have free reign.
Nothing less than perfect.
That doesn't sound safe.
Glory to Assyria and its people.
Alright, well,
For I am
Ninurta,
their savior.
continuing to boost up those skills, we'll go ahead and give you this this final point here. So we can hit the extra influence. Plus 30% more line of sight on campaign is really
What
useful.
now?
Helps you avoid all those nasty ambushes people set. AI like to hide right outside of your line of sight.
You have news?
Destroying Turka. Doesn't take that much to repair it. We can go ahead and build up the lumber waterways as well. Then we can put in... We might need the fisherman's docks. We shall see. Anything though, we can go for a few outposts, but probably only on this side, so we'll go ahead and pop in the trading post.
Resist me and you will die.
Resist me and you will die.
Summon your best.
Summon some more warriors over here. We're definitely going to start going into
I have
the
carried
negative.
the
That's
burden
alright.
of my duty for a long time.
Over here and pray to Ninurta then. Burden this one. Bring him over here to see what's going on with Guara. See if we can't get involved with their war too.
Fill the ranks.
Look how elite
Training
these
will
lads
come
are.
later.
Let's get some more javelins and
We
another
shall
set of
recruit.
farmers. For now, we don't have a very large roster. It's pretty small, even when we have our faction units. Not the hugest of rosters until we start getting access to these the Great Keen guys. It's still pretty fun. You're just much more close to the ground. Yeah, no upgrades to be had here. Outposts are all sorted. I don't want to go too far up in Ninurta's. I guess we do, don't we? Just they're not the most useful as opposed to some of the upgrades we can do with our stone. But we might as well just make sure we have as much influence with this god as we can. We start worshiping him, might as well make them as strong as possible. I think they would just destroy that if we put that up, but it would lure them away from their other settlement, wouldn't it? Yeah, we'll just ignore that for now, and we'll win the turn. For any of you all, though, how are you enjoying? Have you enjoyed the Assyrian roster more, or the Priams if you were here yesterday for Troy's campaign, or have you seen any of the other creators out there that have covered Dynasty so far? Which roster so far has been your favorite for the major factions? All right, which bloody ambition do we set upon? There's either the divine mandate to conquer sacred Mesopotamian land, which is quite the easiest one there. A little bit of food and some bronze. Winning 2 battles would be probably equal of ease there for this other one. And then lastly, capture and occupy a settlement, giving us the path to conquest. I am going to go for this one, Divine Mandate. So seize the sacred lands of Akkad and rule them true. This is the way to make gods and mortals acknowledge your supremacy and declare you king of the universe.
The world is not that bad.
Indeed, the world is not that bad. Oh, we discovered a new god. Like we've discovered Asher, which is the patron god of Assyria. We did get a little bit distracted earlier. Now, his shrines are going to boost up siege holdout time, workforce growth. Prayers are going to give you more melee defense and ambush chance for that army. The devoted generals have more speed for only their bodyguards and more morale for that general. And then their dwellings are going to drop upkeep for all armies in that region and give you more workforce growth. So it's very defensive deity there. Lastly, we've unlocked Ishtar, who is the goddess of war and love. And we have happiness, which is a lovely little blend. We've got happiness from her shrines and less construction costs for management and administration buildings. We've got prayers giving your army more morale and less fatigue buildup. Devoted generals are going to have a 25% increased chance of having children and 200 experience per turn, which is incredibly good. Then dwellings are going to give you more happiness and workforce growth. I haven't seen many people playing it, but I saw your faction overview of Babylon and enjoyed it, so I like the Assyrian roster for now. Fair enough. Babylon is my absolute favorite of the new factions. Purple armor is always my weakness. We're really hurting for food. I want to build up military buildings. Getting a good garrison will keep anyone away from us. I don't think we need that so much. Let's go ahead and start building up that military barracks again. And then over here in one of these other settlements like Washikani, we're going to go ahead and snag the water well for the growth. Yes. We have no happiness buildings, which is concerning. We need that extra god slot quite soon. 4 turns. Alright, well, let's get moving. So do they have any soldiers at all, or is it the end for the Mari already? Surely they have another army somewhere over here. What's their strength rank?
You are a fanatic
90, so they definitely have another one.
I serve a great cause.
These guys are trespassing, because why not?
Yes, yes.
You might as well.
Move out, soldiers.
So curious. Oh, we can't quite see what's going on over here. Now, what if we drop into an encamp stance?
Soldiers, in camp.
Just gonna hang out there. Keep an eye on where they're weakest so we can strike here maybe in a turn or two. We've got a little bit of a negative food deficit, but I think that's okay. We're going to go ahead and grab a couple more
Who here has military training?
Canadian hunters and one more of the normal farmers.
All answer to me.
I think we do have to make a little bit of a risk here and go after the Mari
My
before they're able to upgrade
lies elsewhere.
or build in any more of their garrison buildings or outposts, that is.
Assyria.
So onward to conquest.
Are those waves?
Are those waves? Hopefully not on a river.
A fight.
There we go.
Yes.
Surrounding Nabu Sabsi, we've got Sabiri and Nabu. Let's go ahead and build up some. What can we actually build? Take us a few turns for anything. Let's go as many ladders as we can. 3 ladders, that sounds good.
I want them
It's not the
broken.
best, but it's better than nothing. I don't see any other armies down here, but they may just be hiding right outside. At 90 power is a little bit concerning. They do like to hide armies a little ways away and then bring them on in after you.
Bag of gold or bronze blade?
Bag of gold or bronze blade? About neither.
Bag of gold?
Or bronze blade?
How about you get out of here? Alright, we'll just ignore diplomacy for now. Our diplomacy is the blade. But it is sad that there's not many people that have picked it on up. I think it's definitely worth it. So we shall fill in that gap for now. Plan is, for any who are Warhammer fans, we will be doing probably, because that's what we are mainly doing here. Oh, you've got a loaded up ram with a building on his back. Uras the Pokemon. Food for a... That's a lot of stone. Calm down. Disappointing result. We'll be there to take your food in due time, don't you worry. I'll be doing 1 Warhammer stream a week, and then 1 Pharaoh stream a week, is kind of the plan going forward. A bunch of our barters have now expired. We could probably barter with for some other of our nearby neighbors for some food. Now we've got our court and Ninurta's commands unlocked. So we've got our military escalation, so we can train up an army if we had any of that military training built up, which looks like we have 10 of currently. Then we will generate 10 of that per turn for every war we're in. I don't know the exact max you can build that up to, but you can go above the 100. But when you hit 100, you'll gain a 10% reduction to recruitment across your entire faction. Not the strongest, but it is a small little buff. You will be building it up and using it very, very often.
This
Our
is
fort
the
here
heart of the universe, and I am its master.
You're very loud. So as you can see here, the King of Assyria is also the King of the Universe, so like I was saying previously, you could be very sneaky, and you could assassinate the King of Assyria, which then gets rid of the King of the Universe. It's much more difficult to perform any kind of intrigues against him. It costs gold and usually a little bit more of your influence. But as you can see against the King of Assyria, he does not have quite as much going on. So we'll go ahead and just start building up our relations with him.
Ceremonial dress is so bulky.
Exactly. And if we wish to, we can gain 3 free actions during our turn. We won't do this until we are ready to start throwing the assassination plots around. For now, we'll go ahead and just kind of wait. I'll show off what all of the different king slots do here. So we are the King of Hanigalbat. So we gain the scheme, which should give us 3 extra court actions once per year. So it's every 3 turns, or however many turns you decide to set a year to. You can set it from, I believe, 1, 3, 6, and 12. So it depends on you. We'll gain the assassination plot, which allows us to remove a position holder permanently. Sometimes a character will be wounded instead of assassinated. I think it's a base chance, but before only your main characters would be wounded, which that may be still the case. You will also get the elite units, the Great Mitanni chariots. We're some of the only chariots that have fire arrows. Pretty dang good. Also get 20 legitimacy, and in order to actually occupy it, we have to have the Dur Katlimu region, which is currently owned by us, Hanigalbat. Good stuff. Elam allows them to have the Cease, which just removes any plot unless it targets you. We have stronger bodyguards for all of your armies, which is fun idea. I have to see how much stronger they are. And then the elite units, the Elamite Royal Chargers, which are a two-handed bonk stick unit, which are just the best, at least for the Mesopotamians. You have to have the Susa region, which is owned by Shrujukid. Babylon, you have to of course own Babylon. You get more favored with worship deities, especially that of Marduk. You have lowered costs on religious buildings, and you have the Babylonian specialists for your elite units, which is a very small unit of kind of sapper sling combo, which also are able to drop off extra ammo for allies and have kind of a whistling shot, which is pretty dang sweet. You get 25 legitimacy for being the king of Babylon, as well as some keys, which is an ancillary that gives you even more legitimacy. Lots of legitimacy for being the king of Babylon. Of course, the king of Assur gives you the embezzle plot, allowing you to steal gold from the royal treasury and frame a target position holder, causing them to lose legitimacy. Allows you to also disband a rebellion army by engaging them, so you just click a button and they go on away. And then you get the elite units, the Assur Horsemasters, which are a very good mobile cavalry archer. King of the Universe makes it so all of those intrigues against that position cost more gold or regard. Plots against them have a lower chance of success. And then you get the High Royal Guard, which are the best sword and board unit that Mesopotamia has to offer. Pretty dang good stuff. That is our court. I don't think we'll be able to afford any of those chariots until we take Mari, but as soon as we can afford them, you better believe we will be having ourselves some great Mitanni chariots, because these guys are fantastic. They have fire attacks. They may even just be flaming naturally.
Times I must hold my temper.
And then they also will burn enemies, dropping morale by 8. They are fantastic. We just can't afford them.
I will not hold back.
I will not hold back.
They
Before we
cannot
start that
escape.
siege, is there anything else we can do to start to give us a little bit of an edge here? Don't think so. Oh, hang on now. I missed the birth of Ninurta's child. Libet Nana. Welcome to the family, Libet Nana.
Taste
Onward to
Assyria's
war.
power.
Now you're gonna smack the Nabu. So we have kind of a similar approach to this one that we did previously, just with walls. So it'll be a little bit scarier on the way in. And now with the changes to visibility, as we were saying previously, units up on the walls you'll be able to see from the ground. But you won't really be able to see any of the units that are behind the walls until you actually take them yourselves. We're going to go ahead and wait, because fighting in the rain sounds terrible. Said fighting in the rain sounds terrible. Alright. Because the rain does not affect the faction towers at all, and they are machine guns of doom. Similar to your Three Kingdoms towers. They are nightmares. They have that circular attack instead of the ones that are in Warhammer that are much more angular. I think this is going to be the best to attack from, because there's only the 3 that are directly here. I can take that back. These ones are pretty spread out, but they are covering a lot of that land. Whereas this one's not really covering the front approach all that much. So let's go over here. I don't think we want our elites carrying our siege equipment. You guys come over here, because they do have an opportunity to light them ablaze, and then you can't even get them to the walls at all. So farmers, guess what your job is? You have the unfortunate job of pushing the... I guess we get some of you club guys to do it too. Queen. Just not in the water. It's a bad place to be. I want to get into their blind spots very quick, but man, these towers are a nightmare. Horsemen and chariots. We might be able to get them to spread their units out, so let's bring the horsemen way over here. And the chariots kind of on this little bank. Get them to deploy in spots that we're not necessarily attacking from.
They cannot keep us out forever!
You can't keep us out forever. Ash warriors, and then the other mace boys, bring them on back too. If we're barely back far enough, we're not getting shot at. Alright, so infantry. Plus farmers.
Embrace your fury! Groomed for success!
Alright, let's get this battle going.
We'd better tear those walls down.
Yes, we better. Alright, so we're actually going to advance one of these club militia first. It's a hard knock life. Someone's got to do it.
Get to
guys come on over here. I'm so glad they've got their archers out in a bad spot.
Look at them.
You start
trembling
walking.
behind their walls.
They'll set ladders to move in. Archers to start blasting the guys up on the walls.
Death from above. On the move.
Club guys could be the ones that we have to sacrifice. You always have to sacrifice someone to the wall demons. Deploy 2 of them at an angle here.
On we go.
Others at an angle here.
On the move.
Now if we get him closer, he's gonna get blasted by the towers. Get a little bit closer.
We ride. Let's knock them off those walls.
Alright, start blasting.
The gods guide us.
Love the guitar riffs. It's part of what makes these sieges so amazing. Alright, really good accuracy coming out of our archers here. Dropping fools left and right.
Arrows on their way.
Alright, they're dropping their own archers off the walls, which means we will not be able to see them any longer. Let's go ahead and set up shooting here. And you guys probably start blasting these Akkadian farmers. Just weaken them as much as you can.
Step
Oh,
by
some
step.
amazing damage on Sabiri. If we take him out soon, we won't have to worry about the general for long at all.
Fire. Aim and fire.
Arrows incoming.
Advance, lads. Any who fall will be remembered.
Clubs.
Alright, we'll bring you all up. Rotate the chariots over because they're in a dangerous spot. They're sending their archers around as well, which means that means what it means.
Arrows of the east. We march.
Put their eyes out. Shoot now.
Move off to the side because we're gonna definitely need the help against the other archers.
For success. Ever enduring.
Javelins getting some, the ones that are landing getting some really good damage.
Fight with
You guys
pride.
run.
Clubs.
Oh no, they can't. Let's move these things a little bit quicker, can't we?
Fire. Fire.
Go ahead and move up just a bit there.
Oh no. Rain
Ninurta.
javelins on them.
Bring our archers here. If you guys keep blasting the same group or just pick your own targets, I don't mind.
Step by step.
Axemen are heading up their ladders.
Beckons.
Not gonna be a fun advance, but
Strike with precision.
we've lost a lot of the dudes. Look how fast the towers tear these guys to pieces. It's also the archers doing good work too, but
Give it your
still.
best roar.
Go arcing shot. You should be able to hit them there.
Prime for battle.
Turns out, no, they can't.
No hesitation.
Alright, Mace boys, come on down. Love for these archers.
Embrace your fury.
Honor the gods.
Blaze.
Follow them up.
Honor the gods.
Throw with all your strength. Man the walls.
Follow them up. Our archers are struggling aggressively, aren't they? And it goes some javelins.
No
Running for the hills.
hesitation.
Fight with pride.
Clubs.
We're getting through those gates. We can switch the towers back to our side. We're going to be in for a good
Nothing can
good
stop
time. But until then,
Break them.
torn to shreds by the towers there.
Send the volley. On the move.
You guys blast this general. That'd be awesome.
Charge.
Javelins are out, so we're going to have to go ahead and start sitting them up the walls too.
Take their heads.
Try to take down this general for me. Might as well get up there and get into the fight. Well, you're just not getting shot to pieces by these towers. Ninurta, you get a little bit closer too.
Time to move.
Archers are struggling, aren't they? Come on, guys, you got this.
Blaze.
I need to send some guys to shut down the towers.
Make the gods proud.
Embrace
You guys
your
stand here and capture
fury.
this one if you can.
Break
Everyone else,
them.
get up there and start doing some damage. No, our horsemen and our chariots can't do much until they get through the gates.
My legs are burning.
My legs are burning.
Honor the gods.
Better than being dead.
Clubs. Prime for battle. Fight with pride.
Face my wrath!
Sieges are fairly brutal if you don't have the right equipment,
Proceed.
as you can clearly see here.
Thank you.
We need this tower to be under our control.
The gods guide us!
Alright, archers, you still have arrows. Let's not run in like fools for me.
On we go.
Arrows knocked! Step by step!
I mean, we're
Nothing
getting
can
them, but
stop us.
oh, they got through the gates.
On we go.
Didn't give me any kind of a alert, did it? Oh no, they didn't.
Withdraw
What's going on
now.
there? Oh, they did some cheesy nonsense, didn't they?
Time to move.
There's no turning this around.
Clubs!
Ah, we're losing it.
Arrows not. Strike them down.
We're losing it on the walls, aren't we?
Ever enduring.
That's crazy.
Room for success.
You guys can actually shoot. Man, those machine gun towers. Picking our guys off left and right. We capture the gatehouse, or is it just being weird?
Step by step.
Alright, get over here and help these guys out on the other side. We'll deal with the general in a second. It's gonna let us through. We're coming in.
Tremble before us.
Because otherwise our guys are just gonna all die outside, which is sad and not what we want.
They've got superhuman strength!
Superhuman strength.
My might. Yes. Get to
Push
them.
through there, Ninurta.
Shift out.
There we go. Now that we're behind their lines, let's start annihilating.
Head there.
Chariots do struggle a little bit in the... We have a little bit of space here.
Engage combat.
Our guys are not doing well. Not even a little bit.
Steady your
Horsemen, get on in here. Oh, do they close the gates right before?
Victory beckons.
That's ridiculous. Alright, guys, get in there.
Destroy those gates.
On the move.
Ninurta, you come on away.
Withdraw now. Set forth.
Oh, we're gonna lose horsemen in droves now. Okay.
Ride on.
Sieges are brutal.
The city is as good as ours. Assyria roars. We won't miss.
You can just get these guys to clobber these Akkadian militia. They're just militia, so you should be able to win that one.
Charge and attack.
Oh, the generals up on the wall there are gonna handle our...
Blades.
Oh, one of their generals just fell. That's perfect.
Fear me.
What a brutal battle this was. Thank you, Mariano chariots.
Cross over there.
And them opening the gates. Oh, we have them under control now.
Spare the
There we go.
Gods bless our bows.
I was just starting to have fun!
I was just starting to have fun. I'm glad you were.
Follow
We
warrior.
can treat our own warriors at the medical facility here.
Cavalry ready.
These guys are
Strike
broken.
with precision.
Get all of our clubs only, send them up the walls.
For battle!
All of our archers need to go find a different spot. Stand here or something.
For the homeland.
We ride.
One more group of archers, don't they? They're gone.
Get the objective.
And now they're gonna go ahead and break after they take down my whole army.
Room for success.
Break them.
Alright, general's broken, but man, AI gets so many, even just in normal, they get so many buffs to their morale. When you're playing as Bay, or we on our Bay campaign, we lost Bay once, and instantly the entire army was like, nope, we're done. They turned and ran for the hills. That was indeed a Cadmean victory, which is their version of the Pyrrhic.
A testament to Assyria's supremacy.
Indeed. Although, man, our troops got smacked around. Auto-resolve would have been quite a bit kinder to us there. 100 kills for those militia, 75 for these archers. Turns out you can be very aggressive in your defense battle. At least defensive battles are rough on the attacker for sure. Which was historically how it worked. Fought tooth and nail for that tower. Decent siege battle, pretty good. We conquered ourselves a Mesopotamian sacred land, giving us a little burst of food and bronze. And that defeats the Mari. We have a limit Nana. I think that just a slow alert there. Born this turn. That's pretty glorious. So now we've got the city of Mari, which they already had a gold mine in. Go ahead and build that up right away here. The NC's Villa. So we built up in pretty decently. We go for the silt farm canals as well pretty soon. Here next turn. They're very cheap in terms of your stone that you need for them. Cool. Did it say the Mari were gone? Because then if they're not... Uh-oh, there may be another army lurking somewhere. Our administration level. Oh, that was another thing that they did add. I forgot to mention this in our Prime campaign. You have an administration level up here at the top now, where as you're building up buildings and recruiting more soldiers and generals, you will keep building up this administration tier, which will give you different buffs and debuffs, which is just kind of showing the how large your empire is growing and the amount of bureaucracy your administration is taking to actually keep up with everything. But as you go up in tiers, you get, I think, just more recruit rank for generals. Everything's also going to cost a little bit more, too. So gold recruitment cost is going to be going up a chunky bit, but as well as your bronze and food upkeep. And that's going to keep on going up. You'll eventually get more movement on land, but more recruitment rank for your units as well. But look at that increase. At the very end, you got a 140% gold recruitment cost increase. 120% bronze upkeep increase. Same thing with your food being 140%. So pretty silly. You get penalized, but you also get a couple buffs too. Alright, that's the Mari dealt with. We should probably turn back around and either subjugate these clowns, or just focus hard on... Oh, Assyria's already dealt with Dwara. So yeah, you're
I have carried the
gonna need to move quick if we want to get Supru.
Perhaps I should say a few words too.
Perhaps you should. We're going to interact with this shrine. No one is defending Supru, so we could just come on in and be a monster. Go ahead and set up in... probably an ambush stance. Ninurta's troops are really hurting, so let's go ahead and... I think we just should combine up a few. We do a bit of merging. How much are you guys replenishing per turn? 22 units. Takes 5 turns to be fully replenished. That's quite a bit of time. Let's go ahead and combine up one more of these javelins here. These guys have some recruit rank already, which is a bit unfortunate, but we can... These guys here coming in with more rank too. In fact, we'll go ahead and combine these guys.
I seek strong
Go
warriors.
2 more javelin, 1 more
Strength,
armor.
honor, discipline.
We just need a little bit more bronze upkeep or income, and we can go ahead and grab ourselves the Mitanni chariots. You don't want to get your elite units and have a deficit of too much of any resource, otherwise you're going to be hurting quite badly. Let's take a fast look at not our local deities, but our diplomacy.
What is your
Yeah, we had a bunch of deals that had just expired, didn't we? Went over to our expired barters and just picked those back up.
a sight for a sore eyes?
Or a sore eyes. Let's go ahead and switch this, though. He doesn't care about food, so let's go ahead and give you an agreement where we're taking maybe 200 of your food, and you are receiving in return in wood, and I don't want to give you any of my bronze per turn. That sounds like a bad idea. How much gold can we offer without... I'm willing to offer 5. 15, and then maybe some of our stone, too. I can only offer as much as I have. So does you get that for the 1 turn too? I didn't realize. That makes sense. I figured you could offer your since you have so much in your base. Okay. So what about 20? Here's what we can do. We'll do 15 and then say, what do you want to make this work? 20 gold, 100... That's gross. You're a monster.
Let us do
We'll be remembering this for later on, don't you worry. Oh, they're still alive.
True master
Oh,
of the
oh no.
arts.
I'm glad we did some merging. Well, at least we get some more military training. That's good.
Assyrian envoy.
Going back in here to see what has been expired. So we joined their war. They were giving us some stone. Arthur, I'll go ahead and
Greetings. Ceremony over. Let us proceed.
switch this one so we're getting food as well. So he doesn't care so much about food. So we'll say 200. And what do you want to make it work? Stop that. I'm not going to give you Shadakani. I'll give you some wood. So it's a 15 a turn and whatever else you want to make out. What is wrong with you? I'm not giving you a settlement. Crazy. Alright, so let's drop this to 150. 100. There we are. And we can give him 1 stone.
That is it. Farewell.
A
then.
weird trade deal that was. Alright then, and then Babylon.
Prince
We'll
of
just go ahead
Ur
and
protector of
refresh
Nippur.
whatever that one is too. At least we'll see what it is. We're exporting wood for stone.
If Assyria seeks peace between our lands, I am in favor.
What about wood for food? So you'll give us 0 of this, and if I don't mind however much you're willing to give us. 36, 35 works.
That is all?
Just so we're continuing to
next
take
time,
upwards
then.
with Babylon here. My friend, conquer my city. Hey Neo, welcome in. Glad to see you. Alright, is there any other
Bag of gold?
diplomatic deals we can get up to?
the future
I think not.
belongs
So
to
before the
us.
Conqueror are wiped out, just so we make sure we're not getting snaked there, we'll join the
What is
Assyrians in their
your
war.
opinion on astrology, Ninurta?
And astrology? What is your opinion on bonking our enemy? He does not want us to join his war. Alright then. I'll do it on my own terms then. They won't even see us coming. Already refreshed some of those borders there, and it has construction for us here in Mari, which we can go ahead and not do. We're missing out on stone. Let's real fast see about grabbing some from any of our neighbors.
What is your opinion
Yeah, you
on
seem to like
astrology, Ninurta?
stealing gold from us.
Let us
Bronze this time works fine, so I'm gonna do a couple of obnoxious barters here real quick.
What an auspicious
I'm
deal.
from Dynasties, but I don't know the name of the ancient city. It's just north of it. North of where now? You'll have to kind of give me an idea. I'll have to apologize. My knowledge of this area of land and geography is very limited. Alright, so we should be able to put in those silt farms here in Mari. Glorious. 235 food, 2 growth, and it's infected by winter. That'll be our turn. Actually, I say that. We do want war to be...
Diplomacy is such a tiring.
Dude, I agree. I so agree.
You will soon regret.
So we're just gonna not be diplomatic. We're gonna be violent. Build up military training. Oh shoot. An army of 1.
Nothing less than perfect.
Nothing less than
No
perfect. So
trouble.
you didn't... Oh, did he raise this behind us here? What a clown.
Duty
Sit one...
awaits.
Okay. Don't you worry. Ninurta's coming for your
Send
capital
scout
there, buddy.
ahead.
We'll just annihilate this poor clown with the auto-resolve. Get him, Big Kev. You gotta watch out for that sand. It's everywhere out here. It's dangerous. It's in the eyes,
Clearly, we are victorious.
clearly.
So few are like me.
Those
Everybody
rascals
has
raised
their
this to the ground. I didn't think they'd be allowed to since they had to go past our guy there, but good on ya. Ian monsters. I'm gonna go ahead and not prepare that,
I listen.
because we are going to have, in 2 turns here, the god dedication slot for Ishtar, which we are going to immediately go ahead and grab.
Glory to Assyria and its
I love that the Mari are out here
For
somewhere
I
just
am their
waiting for us to
savior.
leave. That's kind of funny. I mean, I might not want to leave for a turn. Where did they go? Are they gone? Now let's find out. Oh, they're still out there somewhere, aren't they? That's hilarious.
Master of the arts.
Where are you hiding, sir? As soon as I leave, are you going to try to retake the town? Might be able to hold it. Man, that'd be a rough one. We're still going to leave, that way we can snake the Subaru's lands, but the fact that they're out there hiding somewhere is hilarious. We can't see them, so they must be a long ways away. Or they're being very sneaky.
Submit to me.
Alright, thankfully this is a minor settlement.
Assyria's power.
And we're going to go ahead and bring in our allies too. We took a lot of damage from that last battle. This is going to be a little bit rough.
They cannot escape.
We did need to actually sit and replenish, but the fact that Assyria is really aggressive, I just wanted to claim the settlement before they could. So we are going to go down in here. We got 10 more guys to help out. None of them have bows, so they'll all die in droves to arrows, but yeah, I'm here for it. No, we're not exchanging units. Calm down. You're just gonna be, well, actually, they will no longer be in march stance, will they? So let's do some swaps. Well, maybe not. We'll just add the javelin units on ends. Let's grab the elite ones. Yoink, yoink, yoink. And then for this group of weakened, I guess we just send the more elite guys through. You two, switch them on out. Anyone who's not full, we can just go ahead and do something like that, and then hopefully they're no longer tired.
Another day on the road.
Be hilarious. Did we manage to sneak around that mechanic?
I will not hold
Alright, Super, get ready. We would lose some club guys, and everyone else could get wounded. Probably exactly what's going to happen here. Let's take to the field. Alright, nice and gentle weather. We're going to go ahead and make sure we wipe out this general. This little reinforcement blip is very deceiving. They can pop in from several different places all at the same time. So we're going to go ahead and make sure our hunters are ready for any of that, but we don't want them next to the wall because they might just get immediately flanked. So we're going to drag them around. And a couple of javelin chucks should get rid of a general in no time. So you guys over here also ready. We don't want to use all of our javelins on them.
No hesitation.
We definitely gonna need a lot of them for the battle ahead. Our archers should be very busy. Cavalry, Ninurta, you stay here. Cavalry, you go on the other side. You can hide them in this copse of woods. They can sneak on in behind, start smashing some guys. Hopefully, that being the plan. All right, farmers, we'll have you set up here. Bloodmen, you're good where you're at. If the enemy want to come outside of their settlement, AI, if you're listening, you could probably win the battle if you come fight us directly outside of the settlement instead of in these nice choke points. Be great for you. Last clubs here, we'll put them just kind of in the woods they can hide. Alright, so get all of our infantry.
Into group.
Huge amount of javelins. Which we're not going to put in guard mode this time, it's been betraying me. Let's see this thing, through. Archers, I need you guys to run. Deployed him in kind of a weird position, didn't it? It was actually dead on where it said it would be. Well, I think it's weird. Nowhere doesn't do that. Alright, looks like they're content to stay in there. Their hiding spots, which is definitely the way to go. Bring a couple of those javelins forward. We don't even really want to bring our Arcadian farmers in. They'll take a lot of damage. So will he. Look at that single throw of javelins. Secondary one behind the shields. Guys, go ahead and turn.
Fight with pride.
You can just go ahead and brace, that'd be great.
Steady and unmoving.
General's gone.
Is that all they could muster?
Alright, that's enough.
Time to move.
You guys too, that's enough. Switch. Let these guys handle them.
Strength and honor.
Oh, so they are coming outside this. Good boys.
We march.
Archers come around. We're gonna use you to win. Hopefully, focus fire one group of enemy archers and win.
On we go.
On we go.
And they're all coming out the one direction. Bring all of the other incoming farmers just up on the side.
On we go.
We can catch them coming through the water. They're gonna have lots of debuffs, and we are going to not catch them there.
Tremble before us.
Javelin men come up and around. Where my archers up? Advance.
On the move.
Take their head.
Farmers come across on this side
On
for
the
me.
move.
Inerta.
Follow warriors.
Where's the rest of my javelin boys here?
Time to move.
Don't go in the water. Ooh, dangerous.
Time to move.
On we go.
We'll lose a few. Ninurta, you fire those arrows at those Akkadian archers, please. I can't really
On the move.
determine where he shoots them, but that'd be the best. Akkadian farmers, you guys just come and throw yourselves into the fray. Have you roll to the other side here.
Step by step.
Come on, farmers. Step by step, indeed.
Nothing can stop us.
On
Bum,
we
bum,
go.
bum, 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 bum.
Fight with
Have
pride.
these farmers jump in here.
Embrace your fury.
Ooh, okay, they are soaking arrows for us, which is, I mean, unfortunate for them, good for us. These farmers are handling these Akkadian militia. Let's go ahead and get you fighting here. Javelins are doing some serious work.
Rain the spears on them.
Rain the spears on them. Alright, they're gonna be running from our farmers now, which they might even actually be able to win in that initial fight.
With pride.
The river is running red. You thought you could hold, even against my weakened troops. Alright, javelins, calm down. They're running through.
On the move. Room for success.
I think they're trying to push through my farmers so that they're taking mostly friendly fire missile damage. That's dastardly.
Time to move.
Here comes the next group.
We march.
Farmers, come on back. Let's go ahead and get our javelins in a kill box.
Fight with pride.
These are the ones that still have javelins left.
We march.
On the move.
Where my archers at? We've got lots of javelin men. Not all of them are up here. Inerta.
Set forth.
We march. Step by
Nice
step.
little surround with javelins.
Look out
You guys go ahead and brace. You guys go ahead and brace.
Steady and unmoving.
Let's get our club guys back, because they've taken a lot of damage.
Time to move.
Face my wrath.
Oh, they're gonna try to go around our farmers. I mean, that's clever.
Marksman.
Archers, what are you guys doing?
Fight with pride.
Go stand over here.
On the move. Set forth. I was just starting to have fun.
I'm just starting to have fun. Javelins deal with this general for me. And all of our farmers can just kind of move in and be a big blob.
Throw now.
Oh, you see, you want to dodge those. And kind of like that. Not letting them hit you with the blade is quite important.
As the gods will.
Now you guys fall back, let the missiles do their damage, and there's the victory. They actually listened to us and came out of the settlement. Let me surprise.
Time to move.
Bring all of our infantry back. We can let javelins or our cav move in and do some damage. At least hopefully. I have to send them around the outside.
Charge and attack.
Go around. Horsemen. My eyesight completely forgot about them. Those guys would have been useful. Extremely so. Alright, you go hunt them down. Ninurta, you go after this group. There's a lot of guys in the center you can hunt down. When they have these horsemen, just these poor archers outside. There we go. Experience for the great leader. Oh, those archers got nom nom nom. They're gone. Bloody wheel tracks, and they are as well. Javelins? No. I saw regicide on their mind. A hard time with these archers here. There we go. For some reason, I guess they weren't landing hits. And if you can survive the old horse bite. Oh, nope, no one can. The most deadly neurotoxin known to man. There we go, that's everyone all round up. Yeah, there were 29 of these guys. We're going to consider them prisoners. Had they stayed inside their settlement, that would have been probably much more brutal for us. Although we did have the horsemen hidden, and I would have remembered them hopefully eventually. We get to set them in from behind. Four skulls for the skull throne. We didn't do bad at all. Again, mostly because they decided to come out towards us like big fools. I am absolutely going to take the extra replenishment.
Make them feel our presence.
Yes, we need to make sure we have troopers.
Glory to Assyria and its
that's Supru claimed.
For I am their savior.
Now let's see what the Maori are going to try. I don't want to have Kevin sit over here. He's really fine where he's at. I'm on the other side here of Supru.
Another day on the road.
Another day on the road.
I seek strong warriors.
Ooh, we can afford them. We just can't afford the bronze upkeep right now. Maybe we don't care about. Where's the nearest bronze settlement? A knot. We're moving down towards Babylon pretty quickly, aren't we? We do need to keep an eye on Assyria. Basically, the plan with them is we want to kind of keep declaring war on who they're fighting and snake as many of the settlements from them as we can. That way we're weakening them, because they're not grabbing as many settlements, but also declaring the wars. And eventually we can go ahead and take them down ourselves. Well, you need to continue to build up for now. You definitely need more food, too. So back in home province, let's go for... before I do that... Supru, we can get the lumber waterways and repair this building. One more workforce gives us the fisherman's docks. Or the stone quarry. Which, having more stone is always good. It means more buildings each turn. Then we can go for the food up here in the north. So extra fish market for 4 turns. Happiness is really suspect here, isn't it? Alright, so keep
is the heart of
gossiping here with the king of the Asur.
And I am its master.
Very dramatic. And we will go ahead and assign those skill points to Kevin and Ninurta.
Speak now.
Oh, Ninurta, you've actually acquired one of your traits. So we've now got the first point into Brave. Gained by recruiting sword and Kapesh units by suffering fewer casualties to the bodyguard unit. I think it's definitely not that first one. Sword master for all of our blade guys. Good enough. We just don't have that many sword men in our army just yet. We'll go ahead and do... I think we do need replenishment now, so we'll start getting to at least up towards 4 here. Overseer of conscripts is not the best. Well, actually, it's not bad at all. Now that I say that, less workforce growth isn't as much of an issue when you're out bonking heads the entire time. Go ahead and give him a little bit more battle loot and replenishment.
Nothing passes me by.
Yeah, I'll save you that 1 point in his army for these Great Mitanni chariots.
I have carried the burden of my duty for a long time.
Oh, you're fine. destroyed. We have discovered the Utu. Interesting. And the guys that used to be our allies keep trespassing on her. They're just standing here to build up negative relations, looks like.
I'm willing to consider working together.
Yeah, it seems like you were. What's your problem? He's fighting against... He just doesn't like that we're a great power. How about you give me some food? I need about 100 of it. And I will give you in return 10 of this and 10 of our... 12 of our wood.
This seems a fair
I think so too, Happy.
I fight for my brothers.
So any of the resources we want to take from you, we absolutely are going to, so prepare yourself. Oh yeah, skill points for Kevin, of course. Can't forget Kevin.
Steady.
Kevin will go ahead and give you more movement. It said he has ancillaries, but I think it's just letting us know we have some that we can pass back and forth, should we wish. Okay, Karkamish. Or Karchamish? Karchamish. Oh, that's not how you say that. They have been wanting they want a deal. Yeah, but you're fighting some of my friends. We'll be choosing an alliance with the Canaanites over the Huru tribe. I'm also not trying to give you all my stone. Get out of here. We're both the weaker for it. Not just you. No need to project. Oh, there they were. Here come the Mari. How did you guys recruit more units? Unless this was just what they had previously. Now we might end up losing Turka. It really wouldn't be that big a deal. We're gonna fight it though. See if we can hold the line. Those javelin troops are gonna be a problem for sure. And they have 3 bowmen, or no, just 3 javelins, and then their general's a bowman. Oh, with a ton of range. Good grief. Well then. Alright, all deploying in one spot. Makes it easy. We should go ahead and... We got the 1 unit of swordsmen here. Gonna be a little bit tough for us. We need to try to draw them in as much as we can. And then I'm gonna send some of these farmers out and around to try to clobber their general. May or may not work. Surprise Pikachu. Well, we knew he was there, yeah.
We will not
I just didn't know exactly where. Turns out he'd been kind of sneaking along the edges. Yeah, we're trying to lure them as deep into our settlement as we can. Not really being able to hide any of our units does stink. At least if they're hiding, we can't tell. Get back here. Archers also just kind of stay back and unassuming. Otherwise, they'll just annihilate us with his bodyguard unit. We could also try to get some shots on him first, but that would be, I think, a bad idea. We just need to try to lure them into the settlement. Don't stand in the water yourself.
Nothing can stop us.
It's kind of be at the edge of this street here. Those are some itty bitty shields. They're not going to defend them very well.
pushing on.
Our archers are going to be hidden because they're in behind these buildings here, which is pretty great.
This is everything we trained for.
So stand to the side of this rock, and we can maybe sneak them around to get some nice flanking on the Peterson. We'll see. I think it's going to be hardly much work to hunt them down here in a moment. Even if they do manage to take down the settlement.
I knew we should have brought more javelins.
We should have brought more men. All of our guys are actually invisible. Let's advance them, that way they know where they're at. Keep our archers back as far as we kind of can. We don't really want them throwing javelins up at the top. It's always a bad time. Fall back, lads. Try to dodge those arrows.
Time to move.
Draw them back down the street, if at all possible. He can stand a really far ways back there and shoot at us.
Time to move. We march.
Right, so far the sneaky tactics are kind of working.
For battle.
Oh no, they're gonna go flank around.
On the move.
Fair enough.
Step by step.
Oh, can you see them? Oh yeah, you can.
We won't miss. Time to move.
All back there. We'll send these guys round. At least we'll try to.
Honor the gods. On we go.
Keep luring them into the settlement.
Move. On we go.
We really do need these arrows for
Into position.
their general, but we'll try to make do. Peasants, you gotta stay there for the time being.
Step by step.
And if we had magic, imagine.
Ever enduring.
They would have magic also, so give and take scenario.
With procession. On the move.
Alright, get them.
Tear through them.
Let's fly.
They shouldn't really need that many arrows to kill these guys. You don't want them to make it to your front line, but they're not dangerous unless they do.
Son of Egypt.
Keep falling back. And not let those javelins start chucking at us.
Honor the gods.
They're gonna overwhelm those archers, or those Acadian farmers pretty easily. You guys should turn. Shooting. Please, thank you. Axemen move in aggressively. Swordsmen, you do the same, because you might be able to stop them throwing at you. Likely we're gonna get hit with a single volley, though. Oof, it's brutal. Oof, it's brutal. Hit them back, please. Oh, they stopped chasing them. Where are you guys going?
Time to move.
Come on.
Glorious battle.
Break them. Oh, our lord died just like that.
Fight with pride.
Thankfully, he is a captain, so it doesn't matter as much.
Make the gods proud.
Alright, those guys are gone. Let's go ahead and turn and start blasting into these Acadian farmers.
Death from above.
Swordsmen come through.
Pride.
Captain, you fell with. Oh, are you joking? These farmers are failing me left and right. All you had to do was go around. This actually might work out better, though. Look at these skirmishers run. Oh, there's no escape. Just the void. Ooh, Guardian down. Alright, handling that group. Charge these guys next.
You are no match for me.
Keep firing on these Acadian farmers. We'll bring you guys up and around, kinda.
Let's fly.
Aim and fire.
Finish them off.
Ever enduring.
Those direct shots coming on in are gonna stink. If we can reach them.
The afterlife awaits you.
Thank you, Qatar, making it properly epic. You turn and fire on these guys here.
We march.
Keep annihilating these archers, or these farmers.
Fire. Send a volley.
They're gonna get sandwiched here, but I think that's alright. We've got our own reinforcements making it on it now.
No mercy.
Back to back, lads.
Ends in your
Give you guys guard modes, so you should keep firing even when they reach you. Also, what are you guys doing? Let's do some direct shot.
As we march.
Give them the old boot to the head.
Death awaits you.
Strike with precision.
Alright. Archers did what they could.
We march.
Could have probably pulled them back, but I don't think we would have had much chance there. Farmers, get on here and do some damage. Quickly. Their general's gone. Means we should have them. There we go. Thank goodness.
Victory beckons.
Go ahead and hunt those clowns down, get you guys off in guard mode. Get as many of them as we can. You guys on the side, but we can try to send the farmers here this way because they should be a little bit faster than our bowmen. At least perhaps. There we go. Surprise Pikachu on the win, too. Oh, you guys aren't going to pursue, are you? They don't like going out of the settlement very much. Heroic. Only our farmers would have acted right earlier on. We would have had the general caught up in melee with them sooner. It might have actually worked out for us, because these Akkadian hunters turned and ran straight into someone else. Back of the knee and then the dome. 100% that was a loss. I did as well. Thank you. We lost food for winning. Excuse me. Excuse me. That doesn't seem fair. Alright. We'll go ahead and take the replenishment. And by replenishment, I mean to our treasury. Get wrecked, clown. He comes back in.
My might swells.
Excuse me. I can only choose a... Oh, we're just not there yet. I was gonna say, it shouldn't be showing us our ancient legacy just yet. Or at least it should be giving us an icon for it if we can't use it.
Glory to Assyria and its people.
Okay, so
For I
from
am their
there...
savior.
Syrians really do like us after beating the brakes off of their enemies. Especially the Mari. I know they didn't care about the Mari. War with Karchemish. Military actions against Kare and war with Kare. Fair. The Athura like us fair. Like us enough. They shouldn't come over and try anything. Babylon's trending towards positive. So the Sutu tribe should be kind of our next. At least the Sutu and the... These guys here. Is it the Karada? Yeah, the Twiddle, the Karada. Should be an easy takedown for us. They do not have very many warriors.
You have my attention.
Oh, we got 4 turns before we can. Okay, well, what if we just go after the Sutu tribe? Violence.
I have carried the burden of my duty for a long time.
Greetings and welcome. What do you want to discuss?
And welcome. He's fighting Wilia and the Chingu. He's trading with Assyria and has actually a non-aggression pact with Assyria, so fighting them would be a mistake unless we wanted to fight the Assyrians too. Okay, we'll deal with these tribes down here then.
What
So
now?
we'll bring you, Ninurta, across. Actually, do we have better recruitment here just yet? No is the answer. Which does stink. Royal Officer School or the War Treasury. We do need to start getting more elite units, otherwise we're going to start falling behind. So let's go ahead and grab the native muster fields. We have... I don't like that. Not what we have to use, spend the entire turn.
Prosperity to some, misery for others.
We need better range troops, but I don't think we actually have very good archers here for us. Our run archers are just fine, but that's our late tier. How are the first guys? Sir Levy archers are they're just fine. We have nothing in terms of good range though, so how many tiers into the native would we need? That's just javelins. Okay. Interesting. And our happiness is dropping extremely quickly. Okay, so here's what we'll do instead. Ninurta.
Resist me and you will die.
Let's get you ready to fight a rebellion. Actually, they usually pop up pretty small unless you have military buildings, which we now do. So, yeah, let's bring him on up towards to help.
I serve a great cause.
Also, Ninurta, I won't worry about getting you a maxed out army just yet. We'll go into...
passes me by.
That's funny, you're still alive. We'll leave him there for now, just because he is gaining us war experience. So we'll march up to this Mesopotamian trade post to give us some upkeep production, and then hang out in Dur Katlemu for the rebellion. We can clap them and then move along the way.
Put banners on the walls.
Duty
you
awaits.
really could just hang out
Better
in.
than sleeping outside.
Better than sleeping outside.
Soldiers,
Get you out of march stance,
attention.
and maybe you can hunt them down. We wouldn't be building up our military training, though, which we have 40 of currently. We could just, I guess we just let them stay alive for now. We're just not getting experience.
10,000 correct action.
Experience matter more than military training. I think not.
Wake me up upon arrival.
We can also take these guys out and get ready to go after the Tuttle as well. Or better prepare for the Canaanite faction below. Effen's clone. Brutally taken out. That's not
You
polite.
earned this one, soldiers.
You over-earned this one, soldiers.
You are free to go. I take care of problems.
Free-ish. Go. Is how you should truly say that one. We'll stay here. And we can build you up some more troops.
Report army status.
Army status. Let's get you one more farmer, two more
Bolster
hunters.
the ranks.
For now, it's what we've got here at Supru. Those fishing docks keep pumping up our food as much as we can so we can get more and more troops. Here at Dur-Katlamu, we will go for... And we need to go for the war stockpiles first. That way it drops that cost for the construction on all those buildings. It's very worth it. And we'll come back around and start upgrading these minor settlements once we have this one up to probably at least getting the Kapesh warriors. We do need good soldiers.
Resist me and you will die.
Resist me and you will die. So it's just Ninurta and Shamash. My old rival, Kubaba, who is also a remarkable beauty. Not as remarkable as our own.
Court by my grace only.
Looks like he has lost some of either he's lost regard or he's gained some. So whenever it's a different number from last time, it always confuses me. We'll just go ahead and gossip with him some more.
Is that a new blade, Assyrian?
Yes, it is.
Sharp looking.
I thought so too. So then eventually here we're gonna go for trying to assassinate this clown. But the higher our regard is with him, the higher chance we'll have. We could just threaten him and depose him completely. Okay then. Sounds good to me. Colluding would give one of their plots. Huh.
Not convenient.
Lots of sneaky business you get up to. Not convenient. We go for more... Ooh, what is this? We've got a landmark here. The Ice House. Dug deep underground where the sands are as cold as the sun is scorching. 3 happiness, 1 victory point, 10% more food, and then a less food recruitment cost for all of our units. That's fantastic. Is that in Supru or in Turka? In Turka. This is a food-producing stone settlement. Huh. How strange. Alright, which barter are you talking about here with the Mida? We're importing bronze. We do need to keep that
I'm
one going.
interested to hear what you have to offer.
I don't mind giving you some gold. The same kind of deal we had previously. And then... yeah, if we just need to claim a bronze settlement. If we can see what's going on here. Ashimon should be one of our targets then. What are the reminders we have? Imminent rebellion. That's fine. We can absolutely handle it.
By Ninurta.
By Ninurta. Give you some more replenishment, and then we'll grab the quartermaster title here. So we have a secondary one. You can have up to 4 once you get rank 16 and 27. Pretty dang cool. What Mason's pick. We use it for attitude adjustment, but skill point for Kevin now.
Bag of gold or bronze
Bag
blade?
of gold. Give you more movement too. For that first tier. Alright, looks like most of our enemies are just walking around with one general. I don't know, scouting or what they're up to. Rivals, I guess. Not enemies quite yet. They don't know it. During this this intern here, I'm gonna jump up and go to the bathroom. Be right on back. Yeah. Alright, mission accomplished. And we have court intrigues. So someone's bringing us pots and a plate full of gold if we trade our court action. No. Ooh, a new ambition. Alright, we have a couple of these that actually have multiple archetypes about them. So we have either the Builder or the Overseer, which we'll actually get to see once we actually finally do unlock Sargon, which looks to be this turn. We'll be able to see what those archetypes actually do for you. So upgrading two at the same time, really good. Construct a stone-producing building or a food one. Alright. Oh, that's so much better. We're just going to go ahead and grab the extra stone to boost all of our buildings. So now we've got our Power of the Crown. Looks like we can finally... Oh, we can actually... Why is it saying this? Is it showing us that it's available? Fair enough. We are at peace currently. Looks like the patron deity is still Ashur, so whenever you ascend to the sovereign, I do believe you get to select a new patron deity. Haven't actually done it yet, but I do believe you get to. Because over with the Aegean, patron deity to start is Apollo, which makes no sense for their pantheon. Apollo would be nowhere near the top of the food chain there. We actually passed Babylon, even with all their buffs and regalia. So actually Babylon starts with the keys of divine wisdom, giving them more workforce growth and legitimacy, which is really good. Looks like the Thunder Mace of Ninurta is for the King of Assur. Melee lethality for his own bodyguards, which is hilarious. Turns them into Thunder Warriors. Then we've got a Shushan-Axe Funerary Axe, which can give 15% more melee damage. Alright, Elam's out there chopping heads. Splitting skulls. And here's our Ancient Legacy. So we've already gone over, at least oh no we haven't. Man, you have if we've seen my Babylon one. So we'll actually look at both of these here. So Sargon the Great is the one that we're going to do, so we'll take a look at Hammurabi first. So for Hammurabi, you get to inscribe your own code of laws, bringing justice and prosperity to your kingdom. You get to create laws by combining various effects for your kingdom or army. Each law can be customized to benefit you in the best way. And that can either be in a positive or a negative. Well, sometimes it's a negative, but usually how it works is if you add a positive modifier, it's going to increase how long that law will take to actually go into effect by a certain number of turns. And if you put a negative modifier on it, it will then drop how long it takes. You kind of balance it up to get either your laws out faster if you don't mind taking a little bit of a hit to part of your army or part of your kingdom somewhere, or you can just go full buffs if you don't mind taking a little bit of time for those laws to actually be passed. Once you enforce those new laws, you'll get Kuduru, which is a new resource. Kuduru can be completed by or gained by completing certain ambitions or using a special court intrigue, and you'll use that accumulated Kuduru to unlock more options for creating new and more powerful laws, and also boosting laws to instantly research new decree or to research new decrees. This allows you basically to boost up your laws and turn them into a divine law. It lets you upgrade those laws to get stronger effects, and then finally it will let you just automatically research any of your researches as long as you've got enough Kuduru for it. We are going to go on Sargon the Great, though. So we're going to attain grand ambitions and become an immortal legend known by all. We will have 2 ambitions at once. We'll have access to grand ambitions eventually, which is a third ambition to have. It's a little bit stronger, or a little bit more challenging, that is, but it gives you more rewards. We'll complete those ambitions to gain points in different archetypes. They'll unlock powerful tiered abilities with faction-wide benefits. Focusing our efforts is key. Only 3 of the 6 archetypes can be active at the same time. You start off with only 1 being allowed to be active. He looks like he has one of those old-timey patriotic hats. This is Uncle Sam. This is Assyrian Uncle Sam. Appoint royal scribes to empower your ambitions, and the ambitions and royal scribes both have archetype categories. Completing ambitions that matching the scribe's archetype provide extra rewards. The royal scribes remain appointed until you complete a set amount of ambitions, and you have to select a different one. This is the legacy we are going to select here for our campaign. There's a lovely golden mask. As you can see here, we've got this Sargon the Great screen, so we will only have access to these ambitions to start. If we want you to spend gold to generate new ones, we kind of can anytime we really want, so we're going to go ahead and do this now. I should have grabbed a scribe first. That's alright. We're going to go ahead and grab staving off hunger, and that's because it has both the Overseer and the Builder. We might be able to get 2 of our archetypes built up at the same time, which would be kind of cool. It doesn't give us as much benefits as some of these others, but I'd really like to see what happens if you get 2 of them going at the same time. So we're going to go for staving off hunger. The starving population can topple a kingdom more easily than an overwhelming foe. Expand your food supplies, for only a full stomach will beget loyalty and growth. Growth is great. Alright, so now we've got a secondary ambition up, since they both have the same archetypes, we should be getting 2 of each. You can only have 3 active, and at the beginning you can't actually have none active until you've completed a set number. So I believe it is 5 to start. It's not going to show. Oh, no, it is. Once you complete 4 of them, you get 1 extra archetype slot, and then you get the Grand Ambition. After you completed 12, you get 2 archetype slots, and then you can actually extend how long it takes, or as you can extend how long you have to complete those ambitions by 3 turns. Don't believe you can at all to start, but eventually you can. You can just go ahead and forfeit them whenever you want to kind of trade them out if one is a little bit too difficult, or you just don't have a way to complete it. And lastly, you'll hit main archetype. Once you've completed 20 of them, you unlock all of your archetype slots. The extend duration goes by +3, and then you unlock the title, The Great, which it doesn't let you see, but I'm sure is fantastic for getting that high up. So we'll come on in here since we have the Builder and the Overseer, which I think neither of these really align that well with Ninurta. We'll go ahead and I guess just give him the Builder, since this one we have 2 of them for already. The Builder Scribe is not the Uncle Sam Scribe. He's also not as angry looking as the Raider Scribe. He's a glorious beard. He's free to hire, so welcome in for 5 turns. Or I guess once we've completed 5 ambitions. Nothing's really going to happen until we get those started. More Royal Decrees, which means we've got our extra God slot. I'm actually also going to take a turn to get longer festivals for more happiness. While rebellions are fun to stamp out, I prefer not to. Does it say we have... Where are they? We've got lots of our neighbors just sitting in our territory, like... I don't know, like hooligans. I don't know what they're up to. Squatting on our lands. You know that's not allowed here in the Age of Times, right? Or any times. We'll go ahead and grab. And Asher would give us more workforce growth. Yeah, he would give us more legitimacy, that is. I don't like the Devoted General buff that much. I like the idea of making Ninurta super powerful super quickly and having a gigantic family tree. So, good old Ishtar it is. Goddess of war and love. Yoink.
This great god shall be our patron.
I agree. And her shrines shall help out with our happiness. It'll hurt our recruitment rank a little bit, but I think that is well worth it. So come on in here and build up the Shrine of Ishtar, giving us that happiness and dropping construction cost. So dang good. In fact, can I get this for free? Not for free, but... Oh, it's going to cost so much. I don't want to. So I thought I said we had a rebellion coming in next turn. Was it over here instead? Oh, it's up back in Mari.
Begone, foul!
Oh no, I don't think I can reach them. My god. Bamboozled. We weren't building any of the outposts either. Let's quickly change that. Foolish. So we'll go ahead and get the trading post here. And as I say that, we don't need the trading post here. We'll put the Ishtari Shrine here. And we'll need to go ahead and get back into diplomacy. Sadly enough.
I admire your strength of character, Ninurta.
I admire your strength of character, Ninurta.
Thank you.
He's a happy man
gesture.
now. Yeah, so just keep taking your stone. I don't mind giving you some bronze. Especially if we end up being friends for now. Eventually you're going to use it against me, which is terrifying. But if they also just recruit up a bunch of the units for bronze, eventually they won't be able to upkeep them anymore. They'll just have to start disbanding them too, so... There is that. Of course, you do have to make sure they lose those units. Okay, who else has stone? Apparently no one. Oh, that's not good. Babylon.
Rightful ruler of Karduniash,
Bag of
Prince of Ur, and protector. Welcome.
I know you're hurting for stone. You're going to give me whatever you got. Because they will give you until they are bankrupt in whatever resource it is. 32 bronze, sounds good to me. Trade something you want for something you want.
A deal is a deal.
Alright, now we get even more outposts up, which means more Ishtar worship. Turka, how would you like to worship Ishtar? Good for you. Mari, I'm going to give you... Yeah, helping out with happiness is going to be insanely good. So we'll put this one probably here. Right here, because that's a good spot for a fort. Let's put it over here instead. Shrine of Ishtar. So Ishtar, Ishtar, Ishtar. I will keep a couple of our Ninurtas in here because it's good for our recruitment. It's really good for our recruitment. And then we will want to put in one of these monuments soon too. So let's see about using a bit more of our resources. Arthura,
Your approach to diplomacy should be more even-handed, Ninurta.
you need to quit complaining. Ilpata, or you become... Oh, you just got a single rock. Alright, you can keep it then. I feel bad for you. Or
We
you
must
become
be
Expada.
ruthless.
Also need stone, and you don't
I'm
much.
grateful for the chance to express my admiration.
Yeah, I mean, me too. Give me your stone now.
I knew
You admire your boulders. Give them here.
there is potential in this.
And he is down now to a single rock as well. Enjoy that one. Alright, well that works for me. We can probably do some more upgrades now. We've got 2 idle workforce. Okay. We can save the military compound. Let's do upgrades to Mari if possible. Yes, yes. So we can't quite afford the tier 3 because of population. Our options are Temple of Ishtar 2, Dwelling of Ishtar, Happiness and Workforce Growth. That's pretty dang fantastic, especially if you pop that over here in, say, Washukani, where we delete this one and put in instead the Dwelling of Ishtar. And we could even maybe put in one over here in Sungarit when we have the stone again. We'll wait till kind of next turn, so I'm not wasting all your time with diplomacy. Just know I would be in
I am
diplomacy
the
constantly.
future of the world.
Let's go ahead and have you. So you don't have to worry about the harvest season rolling around anymore. You just kind of have different cooldowns for your actions. So what we are going to do... Assassinating the King of Ashur sounds hilarious, but I think it'd be just the worst idea. Taking his elite warriors, or just I would like to just grab some more gold if I can. We will be assassinating him eventually. We're just not worrying about that yet. So let's embezzle.
At court, precise
Hey,
timing
can we steal
is
from the King of the
paramount.
Universe and blame it on the King of the Universe? The answer is maybe. We'll go ahead and use our scheme now. We'll gossip with the King of... Well, I guess probably everyone.
Well, Assyrians are certainly an opportunistic people.
You judge me not. We will now be failing to embezzle against Babylon here in five turns. We definitely need to try to increase that. So the collusion. Reveal a plot of yours to a faction to increase the plot's level by 2, which will improve its chance and can even resolve it immediately. So I think the max level for plots is 3 or 4. So we can try to upgrade it maybe once before... Anything else? I don't think starting another plot against him is a good idea.
I suspect
I wasn't
foul
expecting 5%.
play
I
is
figured we could do a little bit
afoot.
better. Apparently not. We are bad at embezzling. Alright, cool. We will upgrade probably Turka then, since it's got our stone and our landmark. And then we can bring this army round. Look at all
Always
the
ready.
one stack. They're preparing for war. Gontor marches.
Get some rest, soldiers.
Get some rest, lads. We're gonna try to jump these clowns here. They might go after Supru. They couldn't handle Mari. Let's go ahead and move to Supru.
Avoid storms.
Avoid storms.
Set ashore.
Alright, cool. And then Kevin, you
What
can go
next?
ahead and get us some
Pay
more
attention, recruits.
more
Or die
hunters.
later. Fill the ranks.
It's
Training will come
just a
later.
bunch of farmers. Either with farm equipment
Protector of Assyria.
or maces. So we still gonna have a rebellion? In 28 turns we will. Gross. I don't want to sit here
I
and
do
have
this
babysit
for
for 28
Assyria.
turns. What happens when we come on out? Is the rebellion gonna happen
You must go.
faster? Ugh, still only 6 turns. We can probably just
Praise Assyria.
bop around and grab a couple of these then. Go ahead,
Ready
march.
to march.
His last army slot's gonna be filled with those chariots either way.
Bless
For
us,
A2 Ninurta here.
hallowed patron.
Now, so many. These guys look like they're preparing to invade.
The future belongs to
Oh no, they're going to
us.
fight the Maida and
Let us
the
proceed.
Uramu. Okay, cool. Was a little bit concerning.
Speak.
I don't think even with that 20 stack they could probably handle my main settlement. They could try. I think they would get
The
annihilated though.
stars.
Come back
What?
over here to this. We can come back. Should be able to come down to Sungarit.
Which is the
Zoom all
highest
over the place.
tower?
The outposts. Super sweet. Ooh, vassalized Gasham. And conductive trade with Hanigalbat. How good we're helping out the dynasty. Just doing our part. Alright, they want half of our... Dude, you're about to get kneecapped. It looks like they know it, too. That is a lot of food. Brother, that's quite kind. It's not going to stop what's coming. There's no Mesopotamian lands down here. This is more just securing our borders, so, sorry, bud. You will come around some other time. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Just we might be bringing a bunch of angry lads with maces. Right, Strength in Stone was fulfilled, so now we've got resource building completed. Coming up into Sargon Akkad, we can actually go for another ambition generated here in 2 turns. Going to cost us another 100 gold, which is why we needed to rush down to get that gold settlement so quickly. Oh, that gives you 2 archetype points. Very worth it. Oh yeah, that's so worth it. This army's up to 10 now.
My allegiance lies elsewhere.
Ulam Kala. No. Come out on the river.
Sail away!
Never just click willy-nilly, otherwise you guys will be clowns.
Sound battle
Go on the
horn!
land and get annihilated. Oh, wow. Really? I mean, sure they have warriors, but we've got this chariot. I don't like losing our farmers. But truthfully, it is just a rebellion. We get maximum replenishment for, or guess maximum stuff for just auto-resolving it. Ooh. There's some more stuff going on in the background, though, sounds like. We'll just take
Want
the
a
replenishment.
fair victory.
A
March in
fair
column.
victory.
Sounds important.
Hey, you can sacrifice your farmers all day. Here at Mari, we've got a little bit more of our stone back, so let's increase our gold production. And then here, this side will go for the economic building. Cool. That means I got a good bit of wood coming on in. It looks like some of our administrative support's about to end, so 3 more turns until we lose a lot of bronze. So we need to secure a bronze settlement pretty quickly. Which looks like that's Idu down here, a knot here, and then of course we have the tribesman.
Well met, Assyrian.
He's trading with both of us, so we shouldn't really be concerned about them attacking. Not that I necessarily am anyway. Let's go for the upgrade to the main provincial building here too. Keep those increasing. We've been winning with farmers, but it's gonna start getting
answer
bad
to me.
quick.
Never back down.
Alright, Hanno.
I serve a great
In
cause.
fact,
Gather around.
so much so that I wouldn't mind
I
replacing
seek strong warriors.
I mean, these javelins are so useful. I just want one more club guy, so let's go ahead and kick these javelins out.
Strength, honor,
Club unit, and we can afford the Great Mitanni chariots, so we will. Even if we can only afford them for a few turns.
warriors, heed Assyria's call.
Oh, yes. They start with 4 ranks. Oh, okay. Can't wait to use these guys.
Yes?
It's a full-up army there, and you can see the administrative... Oh, that's military training. Oh, interesting. I've never seen this little thing down here. It doesn't show you how much experience you'll gain, though, for using that training. Which is a little bit unfortunate.
How long will the world last?
As long as we want. I think the plan is we should go aggressive towards... We can't attack the Kirata for how many more turns?
You now have the ear of the greatest warrior in
2 more.
Hati.
That's actually plenty of time for us to prepare an attack. We'll deal with the smaller
Everybody
faction and
has
then go
their
after the bigger one. Alright, now you can see it coming.
Marching time, soldiers!
No, it's actually not. You're gonna walk normal.
10,000 correct actions.
Figure out the fastest way out. I guess it's easier to disembark from a port, so we'll go from the river.
Watch the horizon!
And the Euphrates here is so useful for getting up and down the landscape. Cool.
Take
And
them,
you can sit
feed
here
them,
and just get some more
train them.
farmers. We'll grab a couple more of these guys.
We shall recruit.
Storming around. I'm very tempted to go for the extra Ishtari dwelling, and so we're going to. Beautiful. We've got a landmark here too, the Palace Archive. 7 extra recruitment rank for generals. So that with the other recruitment rank building, you could get... I don't know about max rank, but you can get them extreme, what, rank 15 off the start? That's ridiculous. Alright, cool. We'll keep saving, man. We got 500 stone coming in next turn, which is just fantastic. Go for our court action, which we need
is
to...
the heart of the universe, and
Oh no, we
I
can't
am its
level up our plot, can we?
master.
Oh, it's dropped down to 0%. Oh no. I think we might be, not going to be able to be successful there.
Let us keep this discreet.
When it gets to the very end, we'll try to go for the collusion, but we have to have some good relations built up with him first, don't we? Yoy. Well, that was a
Nothing
mistake.
passes me by.
Hopefully it'll just be a mistake that hurts our legitimacy. Structure available in Mari. No, we're going to ignore that. You relax. If anything, I wouldn't mind the growth building, but we already have that. So we shall wait. Really wants us to build. Oh, they're just going to be taken out by the Canaanites. We were a little bit too slow. Let's see what they're wielding. They're also meant to be... Well, they're meant to be your chief... One of your chief rivals here as... Hanigalbat. They have plenty of rivals, but that's one of them. Yeah, they're just... Whoa, they lost the battle. Well, that works for me. Staving off hunger. 2,000 food, and 2 more archetype points. Next, we've got Towers to the Sky, so construct 20... Oh, these are our grand ambitions. Okay, so this has unlocked our first grand ambitions. We've got Towers into the Skies, for building 20 management-type buildings, 3 victory points and 1,200 gold. We need to conquer a region with a landmark building. Probably the easiest for us to do. And then construct 20 recruitment-type buildings. Jeez. I think management buildings would be the easiest ones for us to do. Because these are not going to be as useful. None of these are fantastic. But we could go for this one, which is not the same archetype as us, so it's going to have a little bit of a less benefit. Very easy for us to complete. We're going to go for this one. Try to stick with our archetype. For better or
Resist
worse.
me and you will die.
Yeah, the people of Tuttle held the line. And they ran. They held the line.
Calm and steady.
protector of Assyria.
Okay, so
I
I'm gonna
take
have
care of
Kevin deal with
problems.
these generals
I
on
will
the
unite
coast.
this land.
I will break one of your bones for every lie you tell.
Yeah, no, I'm not interested in your bad attitude. We are still bartering with Karada, though. That's the problem. We can't declare war on him just yet. How unfortunate.
You
How
have news?
unfortunate indeed. It's okay. I guess we can get a better setup unless
Bag
someone else
of
decides to
gold
take him out.
or bronze blade?
Move on
This
forward
is
here
our
with Kevin.
destination.
Have him go into an encamp stance.
Soldiers, in camp.
I guess we'll stay here with Ninurta.
A warrior spirit is a must.
His army is honestly fine for now. We can't quite get more archers just yet, but as soon as we can, we'll replace a couple of these Akkadian hunters with archers, probably down till maybe we have 4 of them. And maybe 1 more horseman, so take out 2 of these guys for a horseman and a chariot and another archer. I like having around 4 or 5 archers. We don't have great range here, so we want to lean into more what we're good at and less what we're not. Okay, so that means more warriors for sure. So the military compound, definitely. This one doesn't upgrade. Just experience per turn. Go in that military compound, and if I can build this now, that would cost a lot. Alright, here at Mari then. Extra movement on this province, or through this province sounds good. They've got a royal jeweler too. Our influence is just fine. I think it's a happiness bump. Yeah, we'll just go. We'll go for more movement. Get that management building cruising on along. Every time I say it. We're gonna go instead for the healing hall then. That way we're doing something useful.
Looks clear.
Wouldn't mind starting a fight with these guys. There's no telling what their actual armies are back there. They're freaking 99.
For every lie you tell.
Not doing that well. Let's jump into court.
You are in this court
Let's
by
try
my
to-
grace only.
Oh, really? We've got one. Just, I guess it's so low in chance that it's not going to let us. Oh, I see. You're supposed to reveal it to a faction that isn't the one that you're colluding. Oh, okay, well, we learn. Usually the hard way. Yoink.
I am
25%
flattered by the
chance.
gesture, Assyrian, though
We
I
might
wonder
get it up
at
to
its
50.
motive.
Well, the motive is we're not doing good in our chances of trying to embezzle and blame you. So, you know how it is. I kind of want to get us another general. Let's wait though. We'll get some of our treasury batos back on up.
Are you ready to hear the latest news?
Gross. You were asking for far more, aren't you? Doesn't even. Oh, he doesn't care about. He just cares about bronze. All right. Well, I can't give you any bronze per turn. Sorry, bud. We're just gonna go ahead and ignore Assyria then. What about you there, Athura?
Greetings. Ceremony over.
They are fine with this deal.
Let us proceed.
What if we get a little bit more food out of you?
I approve the deal.
Works for me. Keep you guys off of our back for a second. Last one is Babylon, which also will go
Babylon
ahead.
welcomes you as one of us. I welcome you as a peer.
Oh, you're no longer sassy. Kinda, Dodd.
Reasonable and fair.
Of course, he doesn't know what's coming, but kinda Dodd it is.
How long will the
Haven't
world
you recruit up
last?
some more troops? You could. And you will.
Who here has military training?
Here, us military training. Probably not many of them. And
I do this for
Ninurta, you
Assyria.
are staying here. We can pop out and maybe grab a couple of these buffs, though, so let's jump up to the Shrine of Ninurta
I pray for strength and virtue.
and just back on down.
Marching order.
We just have to sit for a turn so that the way this faction doesn't make all of the other factions hate us for declaring war on them. When you have deals and you break them, it's really not a good thing. Wait, what? No stockpile depleted, so it could not spare due to the royal trip. What is this? Sure. I've never seen. Oh, so instead of
No reason to go further.
what was that? So is there army abilities you can do on friendly cities? I won't lie. I've been playing this game since launch. I've never seen that.
Speak now.
Weird. Probably aliens. I won't worry about it. Oh yeah, the Elamites got crushed and then they left for home. See you later, Hanno. Karada. Look how many armies they have all over the place. There's about to be a ton of experience. Well, Kevin, are you ready to feast? Let's go. They're just everywhere. They're gonna start blowing up all of our shrines, won't they? That's gonna be annoying.
I serve a great cause.
Oh well. Such is the way. That's how the AI likes to play too. Alright, well, you guys were at war with.
Hati will arise
Steal
again.
those Elamites.
I stand strong.
Or I guess the ruler of Amar. Trading with Girsu, Karchamesh, and Halab. So this is going to be making us the bad guys, but
out of your mouth.
I'll join your war here with the Karada, and you will give us... I don't want a non-aggression pact, I want your money. Really, by money, I mean food. So we'll take 200 of it. Oh wow, you're broke. Okay, you understand I'm helping you in a war, right? Alright, 85 is all we can get out of him.
Let's make it happen.
That'll do. Thankfully, stay steadfast. But we've been doing this properly. Really not a good idea to no longer be a trustworthy individual. Okay, so we're just gonna stamp these guys out. Come here, buddy. Oh no, don't run.
Set course.
I should go after this guy first.
Engage the enemy.
Stamp this one out. He was already weakened. With the old... Ooh, the head pops off so quickly there.
The day is
Sumalazidi.
ours.
We'll go ahead and take your men.
Your fates end in chains.
They do indeed.
10,000 correct
And
actions.
then we can have you blow up this lookout post. That way they don't have the extra guys there. We'll just go ahead and raise it.
I take care of problems.
And we can move in and deal with this clown, who will likely just run away from us.
Stand ready.
That's okay. We can probably sit next to... I think we could sit next to the... Oh, wow. You ran a long ways away. All the way around the bluff, huh?
Send scouts ahead.
Cool. Well, we'll just come on over here and do some trading. And stop you from breaching. We can try to. I don't know if it'll work. He might be able to sneak past us.
Not convenient.
Not convenient.
Set sail.
He's gonna go ahead and show you all the military training. So if we are selected here on Ninurta, we can see how many
passes me by.
these guys are rank 1, rank 2. Obviously, we got rank 4. So if we activate the command with 40,
Resist me and you will die.
all these guys get up to rank 5 or rank 4, or even just rank 2. So everyone gets some nice ranks. I don't know if you get any skills for Ninurta himself. Everyone else in the army does, which is pretty cool.
Protector of Assyria.
Alright, Kingdom of Tuttle. Get ready to fall.
Hittite scum.
Hittite scum. I think they do have a fort.
Laying siege.
Oh wow, you think we're gonna lose this one, huh? No. Yeah, they have got some elites, but you see how many javelins we have? That's 50% lethality. The towers are so much better. They get a tower and a ladder, that'll work. Even better than two ladders, because the towers, they drop straight down and there's no drop to their fatigue.
They cannot escape.
They cannot escape.
Bag of gold or bronze blade?
Bag of gold. Speaking of bag of gold, I guess we're making plenty. Go ahead and just upgrade the regional administration.
This is the heart of the universe, and I am its master.
We could quickly assist him, but good grief, that's all of our gold. For the opportunity to steal some gold. I mean, we're stealing 1,050. Well, hang on now. Alright, that might be worth it. All our money. Or an embezzlement.
Well, Assyrians are certainly an
Wait.
opportunistic people.
They sure are. Enjoy your coins. We'll come on over here and grab the extra god slot then. It's going to be 14 turns, but very worth it. Wait, what? Excuse me? Are none of our Ishtari... Oh, they're not built yet. Turns are taking quite some time. Gotta get real mad. I know we can build outposts here. We haven't been for a reason. Go ahead and throw in the Mesopotamian monument here just for the extra legitimacy. That'll be our turn. I love the civilization is still doing just fine, too. Normally we have dropped into crisis, or the Egyptians have descended into civil war, which they haven't yet. We might just not know about it because we don't have any Egyptians that we've seen. I mean, they're up here, but we haven't met them yet. Oh, it's a Dod Shuma Edina. Are you any relation to the Babylonian king? He wants to give us some food for a lot of bronze. Who are you fighting? Truthfully, that's a lot of bronze. No thanks. My food stores are full. Really? So the plan's to come attack us, huh? No, I'm here for that. Let's do it. Hey, Tio, have they changed animations? What do you mean by that? All of the kind of base animations that were in Pharaoh are still there. They added a new intro for Dynasties. But besides that, not that I'm aware of. Also, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Welcome also to the Battle of Tuttle. They've got a lot of generals, but each general's a huge drop to their slaying. That is a huge drop to their morale. We'll probably post up kind of between these two. Looks like cataphracts here, where they're obstacles. Force them to come across and annihilate them. Let's do it. Alright, also we have to make sure none of the reinforcements on their side are coming on our side of the battlefield. Alright, glorious. Let's see those chariots in action. I mean, the death animations rather than the heart attack deaths. Nice video, by the way, appreciate you. I think, yes, there absolutely are. There are some of the... We'll come on in and just show you to see exactly what's going on. Let's go ahead and hide these archers here. A little bit staggered, that way they can move in and help one another. Or just kind of all layer down one fire in one spot. Have the chariots rolling across here. I want the farmers actually being our initial catch for the enemy's weapons. Yeah, this is a deeper stretch of water here. We can use that as an obstacle. I'm gonna put these three here, hiding in the shrubs as well. Farmers behind, and then behind them is going to be our 3 clubs. We're going to leave 1 in reserve, the elites. And then our Depeche warriors further back. That way, any kind of nonsense, we have plenty of troops that can respond. I'll grab Ninurta and our other elite chariots. I think we can do the most damage to the... Now, actually, generals coming on in are pretty tough. We'll do damage to the peasants they have fighting for them. You go hide in the woods there, and we'll show off our elite special chariots.
Soon they'll weep for their mothers.
Here are the chariots you shall have for being the King of Hanigalbat. And I believe the King of the Universe has access to all of the units. 3-man chariot, one of them's got a bow and a flag. Oh, no, he's not holding it. 2 of them have bows. Pretty good idea there. Yeah, they look great. Love these wheels too. Bronze, almost like almost a tread. Need a little bit more bite into the ground. So I'm sure some of the early wheels were very slippery. Oh yeah, they have fire arrows only. We need to be very careful with them then. We can lure the enemy into this. Here, let's grab
Honor the gods.
one of our levy bows, and they can kind of come with our chariots and our cavalry. Which we'll put the cavalry here, that way I'm not losing them randomly. Oop, get all our range units in a group. Almost forgot. Alright, chariots, roll forward. We gotta do some scouting. The maps being so much bigger is pretty nice.
Burn the horses!
Get the horses pulling.
We'll just gotta stay out in the open, that way we know where the enemy are. They're likely to maybe be hiding in the shrubs, but if they are, these fire chariots will make pretty short work of them. Yeah. We know there's generals coming in from this side. How weird would it be if they come out across over here? We should be able to see them with our light troops. Light infantry actually are going to have more visibility than your heavy infantry because they're trying to show off that they have less armor and less helmets on, so they actually they'd be able to see a little bit further. I think it's a cool idea. There's one of their generals. Let's go bother him.
Drive us onwards.
Go show him some of our cool chariots. He will be quite jealous.
We ride!
Hello, sir. Oh, he's got camels. Now, we did see those camels coming on in. If they catch us, we're going to be in for a bad time. But if camels versus 2 chariots and a set of horsemen, camels aren't going to enjoy that one bit.
Burn the horses!
Roll onwards.
I will need to be able to turn around quickly. Amu archers. Thankfully for us, there's not much desert here. Oh, they're firing early. Yes. Fire arrows are so awesome. I need to just run through these shrubs. Perfectly safe. Get them kind of rolling. I want them rolling together. Especially if the camels are going to come after them, so come through here. Make sure we know. I'm watching for any red on this side. We can't see very well. So unless they're sneaking, or if they sneak around, we'll have a hard time seeing it.
Wheels turning.
Put their eyes out!
We tried to do the Greek factions. They look pretty cool. Indeed, we actually had a stream with Troy yesterday, and I've played quite a bit of a Mycenae campaign on my own. But yes, the Greek factions are very fun. And we haven't caught any of the ground on fire yet. Trying to lure their camel riders towards us. Keep moving so we're not getting shot up by their archers. I think actually maybe as we're kind of rolling away, we can see some of the death animations perhaps. And if they get hit in the forehead with an arrow, that is they go flying backwards. The death animations in Pharaoh have always been pretty decent.
That way!
Keep falling back. Keep peppering up with arrows on the way over. We've got some more units over here coming in.
Chariots into place.
Trying to see if we can't lure their camels on in.
Head there!
Shoot now.
Warriors!
There's too many archers up front. Stay back just a bit. Same thing with you, chariots. Don't get bogged down in that mud.
Get the horses pulling.
Go now!
Burn these guys. They're ready to engage. Keep falling back there, Ninurta. Don't want to have a random arrow end your reign. Looks like they're about to start firing, so keep falling back.
Get to them!
We have our archers hiding in the woods over here, so when they do start trying to come across the river, we can move them out from behind. I love that they're all on fire. We haven't caught any of
Drive us onwards.
the terrain on fire just yet.
At the canter!
I will keep surrounding them on either side. Keep their forces distracted and disrupted. They don't really know what to do.
Chariots into place.
Please don't catch yourself on fire.
Eyes out!
Oh, now they're really letting him fly.
Follow warriors.
Alright, they're trying to isolate, so let's get them a little bit closer, bring these cavalry over to help out. Stay away from those javelins at all costs. Really hoping we can start catching stuff on fire.
Wheels turning.
Ride on.
Yeah, but they are starting to lose a little bit of their cohesion. We could probably run through these skirmishers, but that would mean a couple of volleys from their archers. Oh yeah, perfect. Bring it on, camels. Oh, I thought you were brave. Wow, they shoot quickly.
Chariots into place.
I'm happy to wheel the chariots all the way around this town here. You can keep chasing as much as you want.
That way. Go
We'll have the cavalry go with our elites.
At the canter.
Proceed.
We've got a couple units over here that are now exposed. We could run them on down. Keep running away. Looks like we might start getting shot at by their archers soon. Don't want that to happen. This is great.
Get the horses pulling.
Pull them up back this way. Cavalry can go around the outside.
We ride.
What are you gonna do to our chariots, fools? They're gonna start firing here soon, so let's get them up the hill.
Drive us onwards. Chariots
Maybe we
into
can dodge a
place.
little bit of
Roll
that. Dodge a little bit of that ammo, especially they have quite heavy
Ride on.
armor.
Get the horses pulling.
Get to them.
Drawing them over towards the
Move order.
other side. This is fantastic. Where are their camels at? You go ahead and pull across the...
Follow warriors.
Fire the horse.
They're now exposed enough we can charge these own cavalry back in. Hit these archers.
Wheels turning.
Top level Parthian skirting going on here. Beautiful stuff. I appreciate it. Please ride down these archers quickly. Keep them distracted on the back, and then where their camels at. They're much faster than they seem like they'd be. I'm actually gonna bring these skirmishers back now.
We march.
I realize they're coming across in an interesting way.
Here, here.
Oh, they got dragged into the club guys.
At the canter.
Don't want that. We are out of ammo now, though, with our chariots, so
Chariots into place.
use them to as much as we could. You guys fall back. They're just gonna walk over here towards us, aren't they?
That way.
Get our forces then to compensate. Club guys go round.
Time to move.
Ninurta, if you can come across as quick as possible, I would love it. I think we might end up losing
Fire the horses.
Cav, or they'll just start fleeing away.
Roll onwards. Get the horses pulling.
We can't risk going for another charge through because those camels are right in the middle.
Here, here.
Sneak through that position there if you can, my friends.
Drive us onwards.
We got a couple good ambushes set up.
Get to them.
This general is all exposed, so actually, it was a fake all along.
Ride on.
He's exposed, doesn't have any support. We can bring these chariots in to annihilate. You guys fall back just a bit. Maces
On the move.
here.
Step by step.
We'll push my farmers up. That way they're the ones taking the javelins, or any arrows they might have.
Move order. Get the
Surprised you guys are able to
pulling.
fire.
Take their head.
Actually, let's go ahead and deal with these archers now.
Face
They're too exposed.
my wrath.
Leave these archers in just until it's about too late.
Time to move. Send them arrows.
Javelins up. Ooh, it's spooky. Alright, make sure we are eviscerating this center line here.
Strike now.
Our chariots are getting taken out. Oh, you dastardly rats. Our micro is a little bit slow on this one. We'll just kind of rotate them around. Take out their archer support.
Attack.
Now the battle can begin proper.
On we go.
Clubman advance. Pesh boys to the side here.
On we go.
all of these javelins get in there. Brace.
Move us. Fight with pride. Take their heads.
Hold, lads.
Throw. Now.
Their camels should get annihilated.
Give it your best throw.
We'll let our javelins weaken them, and we'll send in the boys from there. Blooded the waters. See if everything's going fine back on the other side. Looks like most of our chariots are caught up. We'll bring them out now. Archers, come on in and start dashing this guy's hopes of being a king.
Go now. Shift out.
Horsemen got away, so bring them back over. Wasn't exactly how I wanted to use them. These harpooners getting annihilated. Does make sense. They trade very well against their own type, too.
Honor the gods.
Skirmishers fall back. Mace boys in. Look, the Kabesh guys didn't even get to fight. You guys fall back and let the mazes step in for you. Ninurta and company. And we'll just run these clowns down. Malibu Raiders are not ready for it at all.
I'm not staying here.
Beautifully done, boys. Looks like most of them already taken off. Go ahead and have our cavalry run these clowns down, and that is a fantastic win.
On we go. Ever enduring.
Skewer the rest of these guys running across the way there. See if you can catch them.
Keep away.
Friendly fire coming in there is brutal.
We march. I was born for this.
Shoot them only.
Wheels turning.
Perfect stuff.
Set forth.
Speed that on along. They had the elites, but we had the sharp, pointy sticks. Your farmers with Assyria and Babylon will always take a lot of casualties, but they're kind of like your Skaven, you know? Don't worry about them so much. You will have so many of them besides. Ooh, glitch of the Matrix going on here. The shadows aren't happy. Alright, there we go. We'll win that battle there. Glorious. I mean, we did outnumber them by a heap. We could have probably, if we give the attack, grouped all of our kind of elite clubmen up, which is what I'm going to do next time. I'm going to separate by farmers and clubmen, get them locked up and send them all forward when the enemy started to close the gaps. That way those javelins would have been flying over their heads. I could have pulled the javelins back and around and let the clubs do their work from there in an already weakened foe. So next time we'll try that. Oof, rest in peace. Quick and decisive. We will go ahead and take the extra replenishment.
Nothing less than perfect.
Oh, he did manage to break it. That's silly. Idle compensate. Get out of here, you. I need my court boo for each turn. Alright, so gold is never enough. Construct another gold resource producing building or stacking up some wood. Yeah, let's stack up some wood. Well, I guess that gold, I should have checked a quick look at our treasury. Gold would have been better there.
the burden of my duty for a long time.
Yeah, you're a bully there. Blew up one of our settlements even though we're standing right on top of it. Probably shouldn't be allowed.
Awaits.
Stamp you out real quick there, your nut. Rip.
Clearly, we are victorious.
Alright, we'll go ahead and useless warriors, valuable prisoners.
I have nothing against you.
The more
Sounds
we do
important.
with that option, the more ransom we'll gain in the future. Alright, and now what we're going to do is get ready for our invasion of the Sutu lands. So we'll have
I
you...
take care of problems.
You've got 18 troops. That's just about enough. We'll move up to about this position. That way we can hit
Send
both
scouts ahead.
these. I guess one of these. I'll build this one up immediately.
What next?
Oh, cool. You got a malachite jewelry. Workforce cost for administration buildings. Not bad, not bad. Let's get that over to Ninurta.
I will crush you.
I will crush you.
Fight. Yes.
Oh, mashed potatoes. The general. Get out of my face. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Great is Assyria and his
We'll go ahead and
martial
just take Tuttle for Assyria.
My might
Now we'll be
swells.
stacking wood. Also, just by capturing it, we built one. That's a funny way to look at it. Well, you know what? The Elamites might not have lost their battle. They might have won and just sacked the settlement and left. That's what they might have done. We are actually going to keep the native recruitment building here in Tuttle because it gives us access to camel riders. Ooh. Plus these Alamu, where they add the pack camels, like we were talking about very early on in the stream. They allow you to, to replenish ammo 7 times. So we keep these guys cruising on along behind our fire chariots, and they will just blast almost until Kingdom Come. I think it's hilarious. These camels aren't the best, but if you can charge them in on maybe some chariots that aren't paying attention, or get a rear charge on archers, they'll do just fine. So we'll repair this on up. Axe collector. No. Built moorland is amazing, and then we'll go ahead and snag the lentil farm too. It's a management building. Food, influence, happiness. All those things I like.
Glory to Assyria and its people.
Glory
For
to
I am their
Assyria
savior.
and its people. So let's go ahead and start rearranging our forces a bit. So those hunters did pretty fantastically. The ones that are the least elite are going to go ahead and get boot.
Warriors.
And we
lead
might go ahead and get rid of
Assyria's
these 2 farmers here for some spears. They cost about the same. They're about the same in terms of what they do, but the anti-large are just a little bit better defensiveness, because look at 48 defense and they have big shields. I'd like to see your shield, sir. 55%. That's pretty dang solid. How are the Aramean skirmishers? They're about the same, they just have more armor. And the Alamu archers. Ooh, do they have poison archers too? Oh, they do have poison arrows. So it's not just the lads, the Heltomti, it's also the desert fighters, the desert nomads. We'll go ahead and grab ourselves 1 unit of pack
Our
camels,
army must grow.
because it's hilarious. And then, yeah, we'll go ahead and get rid of you 2. See you later,
A
peasants.
warrior spirit is a must.
Or some Aramean tribesmen. What do we wanted some actual camel riders too? What do y'all think, chat? Camel riders? Or just more pack camels for more arrows? I won't be able to probably micro that many pack camels. Let's get another set of, let's get some camel riders. Let's get some cavalry.
I seek strong warriors.
Some weird cavalry, but cavalry all the same. Alright, bronze is looking really bad. How can we fix that? Maisha.
Your presence is welcome.
Listen. That'll do.
This
We need that bronze, sir. You cannot stop giving it to us. Yeah, we need to claim one of these bronze settlements quickly. We've also got Irisu on our border now, which is a recipe for disaster. Ashimon, we need a blitz. Fair enough. I do think, though, that is going to be all of the time I've got for today. Let's go ahead and... Oh, we don't have the gold. Next time. We actually can... Oh, do we? We actually have 2 of these archetypes pulled up, so we can see what they do. So the Builder archetype, as I kick my modem again, does 10% more or less construction cost faction-wide, and then more construction limit of the Monuments of Greatness, which are... Let me see if I can show you. Usually you can only build 1 of them, and it is a management building here that gives you legitimacy, happiness, influence, happiness, and 5 victory points. They cost 50 gold a turn. Just a chunk of resources to finally build. If you can do more of those, that's even more victory points, more legitimacy. It's just solidifying your rule even further. It goes up to... Oh, really? You can build that many of them. You can just build 3 of them. And then you can move on to a different archetype afterwards and keep those monuments. Alright, cool. So for the Overseer, which we also have, we gain a Royal Court ability, treasurer. Visit Mesopotamian sacred land settlements. Resources gained on visit. So is that why we were able to gain some resources for visiting our... Well, that would make sense there. 50% resources. Up to 5 happiness and 100% resources gained. Very cool. Alright, well, thank you all so much for stopping by. We'll continue the Hanigalbat stream as well, but I think the next time we'll be picking up on Pharaoh Dynasties, we will be playing back as Priam and Troy, because that's quite a bit of fun. So we'll pick things up for, like I said, part 2 of Priam here next time, and then our next stream after that will be here back with Hanigalbat.
Like the pillar.
Evan will give you some skills before we take on off here. We'll give you, I'd say, some more upkeep production. Glorious. Thank you all so much for stopping by today's stream. I will see you all next time.